Yo, 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 what's going on, everyone? That music is loud. Jeez. What's going on, everyone? Sorry for the delay. I literally updated everything yesterday. I was ready to go. Work was very busy for my primary job. Got a little bit behind today. I thought I had everything set up that I needed to do for this video, and then I forgot about tee times. So then I had to add all the tee times to not only the Arnold Palmer. By the way, welcome everyone. This is a strategy video for, or a DFS strategy video for the Arnold Palmer Invitational, and if you guys want it, we can do something for the Puerto Rico Open. I'll leave that more so to just build lineup building and other strategies to go for the Puerto Rico Open. I do have to admit we're gonna have to do some updating on the stream when that happens, but you can get the behind the scenes what that looks like on my end, and we can just chat about everything. Let me know if that music's too loud. It still kind of looks a little loud. All right. So anyways, like I said, this is a DFS strategy video for the 2024 Arnold Palmer Invitational. I'm going to go over everything I like to cover in the sweet spot process, talk about the golf course, talk about the tournament, go over last week's performance, or the sweet spot process for last week at the Cognizant Classic, show you guys how well that did. And then we're going to get into lineup building. Of course, I'm going to go through the buckets. Forgot about that. And then also the 7K combo buckets, because last week was good, and I'll show you why. Before we get into all of that, just some reminders. Giveaways on Prize Picks. I have a promo code. If you go sign up on Prize Picks using the promo code SweetSpot, you can find a link for that down in the description below. If you do that and you type in SweetSpot, if you click the link, it'll already type it in for you, but use that promo code, put $20 in your account. You will get $20 back from me, but Prize Picks will also just match your deposit up to $100. So that is available to you. You can play this for free if you so choose. Like I said, I'm giving away $20. So if you only put 20 bucks in, you get $20 back from me. Prize Picks is going to give you another 20 bucks. You get to play Prize Picks for free and have $40 to your account by using the promo code SweetSpot. So that's all available to you. Link in the description below. I also have what I call a monthly/weekly giveaway. I call it my subscriber giveaway because you need to be subscribed in order to either win $5 weekly or $100 monthly. And by the way, it is the first Tuesday of the new month. So we are giving away, unfortunately, a t-shirt instead of the $100. But we're 6 subscribers away from getting to that goal. I'll say this. By the end of the stream, if I get 6 new subscribers, I'll still give away $100. I'll still run the giveaway here shortly, but we have to get to 650 subscribers. We're at 644, and that's my total subscribers. So we just need 6 new ones. But you can see the little asterisks right here. You see what the sentence says? Money is awarded when subscriber goal is met. Otherwise, a t-shirt is given away if not. And the t-shirt will have this logo on it, SweetSpotDFS. I know a lot of people in the chat have already gotten one. We can also bank, because the t-shirts are $15, so it's not quite the $100 value you see on the monthly giveaway, but I like to still reward those that participate on the channel. Again, it's a subscriber giveaway, so you need to be subscribed or be a member. There's that option too. You see all the little red badges in the chat right now? Those are all members. So you can do your way, or you can support me that way. You don't have to. It's not necessary. It's awesome to see though. So I'm trying to look at my giveaways. I gotta update the monthly one to include everyone from this last week, because I don't think I did that. I did not. Cool. How about that? How about this? Let's run our giveaway right meow. I'll go ahead, put this down, push up the display. So basically, like I was saying, if you comment, actually, I wasn't even saying that part. I said you needed to be subscribed. Be subscribed. participate just like everyone in the chat already. Like, I appreciate you guys. Look at you. You're already filling up my chat. AJ, what's going on? Joanne, good evening. Daniel Bold, Gabe Brown. How are you guys doing? Am I missing anyone? We said hello to AJ already. Mr. Dilo, what's happening? Nathan, Lombardi Lee, what's going on, everyone? Just by doing that, come in and say hello. Say whatever you want. You'll get, I look at my live chat after the video's done, and I put all your guys' names right over here. Everyone gets put in there. I also have roll calls, so if I'm like, hey, if you're here and you say this, you're gonna get an additional entry. That's essentially what all those roll calls are. So I do that periodically through the stream. I understand not every one of you has the time to go through the entire video. I mean, we were live for what, 4 hours and 28 minutes last week. I don't think that's what we'll be doing this week, but who knows? There's 2 tournaments to talk about. But throughout this stream, I will, at certain parts, just say, okay, let's do roll call number 1. Let's do roll call number 2, so on and so forth. And that's how you can get additional entries. And oh, by the way, you can get an additional entry by when this video goes on replay, just comment in the YouTube video. Like, you guys are all commenting right now in the live chat. When it's on replay, you don't have to watch it. You just have to go in there and comment on it, and you'll get an additional entry that way. Now, if you're watching this right now on replay, you hadn't seen this during the live video, I suggest, or encourage you to watch the entire video, because we go through a lot of good stuff in this video. Gotta turn that light down. It's a little too bright. Now we need to move it up. Okay. So, now that I've said my piece, you guys know how to get entries into this giveaway. Let's run the first one. All I have to do is hit yes, and we'll find our first winner. Of course, we gotta put the drum roll on for it. AJ Love, congratulations, man. 6 entries. You can see he's the top commenter right there. Congratulations. Roll call during the website and database video. By the way, we were building the website Thursday night, so if you guys wanted to go check that out, it was interesting. It was fun. Lots of learning for me to do there, but we kind of have the first page set up. Now I just got to build those reports that I'm going to plan to do this weekend. Get at least one of the reports onto the website just to see what it looks like, man. I'm excited. We're really close, super close. The video series is called Road to the Masters because I want to get this website up and running before the Masters is done. That you guys hopefully at that time can utilize. If not, I'm gonna need testers to help me out. So AJ, oh, happy birthday, man. Tomorrow, happy early birthday. So that's where he got the entry. He joined me during that live video, just chatted with me. He got an entry into it. So that's how he won $5. I'm sure I have your contact information, AJ. I'm not positive, but if you would like me to send money to you in a specific way, like Venmo or PayPal, Google Pay, let me know and we can do that. These 45 entries go to the monthly subscriber giveaway. We had a total of 194. I think this is the highest total we've ever seen. I think my list only goes down to 250. So, I mean, we're pretty close. Obviously, I can expand this, but I've just kept it this short just in case. But all of the entries from the previous month are right here. So when I hit yes here, we will find our winner for the monthly subscriber giveaway, which someone is going to win a t-shirt. Or by the end of this video, if we can get to 650 subscribers, you see the goal over there, 644 out of 650. If we can reach 650 by the end of the stream, I see I just gained one, so we're at 645. If we gain 5 more subscribers, whoever wins right now, your t-shirt will turn into $100. And in fact, if anyone is new out there, I'm going to give you an opportunity to, if you're watching right now, comment in the live chat. If you have not yet done it, I will get you into this giveaway. But you got to be brand new and you got to be a subscriber. I know there's people here watching that are not yet subscribed. So if you want a chance, here's a chance to win $100 if we can get to 650 subscribers. If not, someone will be getting a t-shirt instead. Which, hey, that's value, right? You know, you can't be too disappointed with that. Okay. So let's go ahead. Let's hit the drum roll for this one too and see who our monthly giveaway winner is. Shot Like Harden, 17 entries. Now we'll ask Shot Like Harden when he gets in here because he is a winner of plenty OT shirts. I think he's just banking these, so we'll see. But congrats to Shot Like Harden. John Bizzle or Bizel just subscribed. Hey man, appreciate you. You will definitely be put into the weekly giveaway next week and then also next month's giveaway. And if you come in here and you chat with the rest of us, especially during roll calls and stuff, you'll get additional entries that way. But I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing. Okay. So, and just to show you that it's not rigged, actually, you know what? I just said it was bad timing, John. John, if your name pops up, let's see, hold on. Let's go API. I'll tell you what, if your name pops up as the winner here, I will give you a t-shirt. Because I had said whoever wins, and obviously you weren't a part of the giveaway. I was waiting for people, and I think it was just a timing thing. But let's rerun this. Shot Like Harden, you're still the winner. But John, if your name shows up, there's a 1 in 195 chance that it will show up. I'll get you a t-shirt. And of course, if you don't want the t-shirt, we can bank it for any other time that you win another giveaway. Here we go. See if John gets a t-shirt just from this. He does not. Sorry, John. But I wanted to give you an opportunity. But yeah, this is not rigged, just so you guys know. It's completely random. Look at this, a bunch of different names showing up. Crazy. Okay. Alrighty, well, congratulations, everyone. Or not so much everyone. Congratulations, Shot Like Harden, and congratulations, AJ Love. Happy early birthday once again. Let's go ahead and get into this thing. I should say, I already have it all ready, but I don't. We're gonna go to tournament fact sheets. So what I like to go to is a website called the GCSAA. And you know what? Let's do this. Hold on. Just wait. Now it's official. Now we can talk about the golf course and the tournament information. I like to come to the GCSAA.org, go to the tournament fact sheets for the Arnold Palmer. This was up a week ago, by the way. You remember when we were talking about the Cognizant? It was right here. Go to this website to find out all this information, or listen to me, see it on the screen right now. But basically, you have the tournament, Arnold Palmer Invitational, duh. The golf course that's being used, we've been using this golf course for a very long time, so there's one data point you can have. It's a par 72, 7,400 yards. Those are a couple other data points you can use. And again, for research. Stimp meter, 12. Yeah, that's probably just north of, actually, that's probably pretty average. I was gonna say that's probably north of average, just by a little bit. But I think what's average on tour is about 11 and a half, I want to say. Greens are pretty large, 7,500 square feet. You know, I think like what, 5,500 is what you'd see as average. And then you have 3,500 for like Pebble Beach, which are tiny greens. A lot of other pieces of information you can use for research if your websites use it. Water hazards, sand bunkers, how many holes that those water hazards are in play. But I really find this piece right here to be extremely important. You know what I also forgot to say? As I read John's, your content is dialed in. I forgot to mention 2 other giveaway opportunities. One isn't so much a giveaway. Cheat sheet. The reason that the cheat sheet comes to mind is because the turf grass that I use right here, Bermuda grass. Like, yeah, Tiff Eagle is a specific strain, so too is Celebration. These are all strains of Bermuda grass. I just use Bermuda as a whole because that family of grass is pretty similar. The different strains are just for different places to withhold the weather. But you will find on the cheat sheet, I have grass stats over here, which oh yeah, by the way, cheat sheet is down in the description. I am all over the place. Cheat sheet is in the description. You can find a link there. You will find the Bermuda grass is right here. So if I zoom in, you're going to see the Bermuda grass stats and the golfers that are really good. Now, these 3 columns here, Bermuda events, overall Bermuda, and top 10 Bermuda percentage. This all goes back, or this is data that all goes back to 2013. Last year is just 365 days ago. So within the last 365 days, what was their average finishing position? You can see Scotty Scheffler 8.67, Patrick Cantlay at 9.67. Those are going to be your best guys, but you can come to the cheat sheet, link in the description to look at this stuff. This is their overall mark of finishing inside the top 10 on Bermuda golf courses. So this is basically, what is their success rate of finishing inside the top 10? Are you afraid of playing, you know, the top price guys? Well, Rory and Scotty pretty much give you a 50% rate of finishing inside the top 10 on Bermuda golf courses. And then their overall Bermuda average finishing position, that's all that this is. Their average finishing position dating back to 2013. That's what you have here. Some of these golfers haven't been on tour since 2013. I think most of them have not, but I think like Jason Day, Adam Scott, those guys have been. Either way, it's just wide open. I just look at wide open stats to provide right here. And you can see how many events they were a part of. So that's another good thing. 99 events for Chris Kirk, 106 for Brian Harmon. You can see all that information on this cheat sheet. So, like I said, I like to come down here, look at turf grass. I use the turf grass in my cheat sheet. You can go and check it out. Link in the description of this video. It should just say cheat sheet. You click on the link, you come right to this page. So this is available to you. Another thing I noticed that has not been updated. The Marquee Tee Times, which I also forgot to mention. Again, just unprofessional, not even paying attention. There you go. Everything's now updated for the Arnold Palmer. There are other pieces of information on these tournament fact sheets that you can look at. I don't find any of this really that important. Average fairway widths, that's great, I guess. We found out El Nino weather pattern made the winter more wet and cold than it ever has been. We saw that at the Cognizant. Does that really matter? I don't know. Cognizant was a little bit easier than usual, so you could probably say so. And then the rest of this is just fun information to know. But those are the main data points I would say to look at when it comes to researching data points for your lineups. Now, the other thing I like to talk about is the golf course. I like to map the golf course to see what shot shape is best for scoring. Not what shot shape is necessary, but what shot shape is best for scoring. And a lot of times it's when it's off the tee, it's just to get a golfer in a good position in the fairway. Maybe there are some trees, or maybe the fairway angles at such a degree that hitting a specific shot shape keeps the ball in the fairway. That's usually what it means off the tee. When it comes to approach, most of this is to access the hardest pin on the green. It isn't, remember, the round is going to, or the tournament is going to be 4 rounds. I just noticed that the music turned off for some reason. It's so weird. I don't know why the music turned off. Anyways, we'll fix that as I go through. But anyway, again, anyways. The approach shot, it's just whatever the hardest pin is what I find is the best scoring opportunity. A lot of the greens, pins are accessible with any type of shot shape. Now the music came back. Oh, it was in between songs. That's why. All right. Most greens have 4 separate pin positions: front left, front right, back right. So depending on whatever the most difficult shot shape is, that's the shot shape, or the most difficult pin position is. That's where I use the specific shot shapes here. You can see the golf course kind of favors a draw. There's more draws off the tee and there's more draws on approach for the harder pin positions and tee shots. So maybe that's why someone like a Rory does well at this tournament. If we look at past winners, just to see if that validates that, Hirayama doesn't really hit a draw. He hits a fade. Harris English, it's both directions. McIlroy hits it both directions, but primarily hits a draw. Same with Cantlay. Same with Spieth. Scotty can shape it both directions, but mostly hits a fade. Same with Hatton. I think Keegan hits a draw, if I remember correctly. Jason Day hits a draw. Like Cam Young hits a fade. So does Victor Hovland. Scotty Scheffler won it in 22 again, or 2022. Again, he hits a fade. I don't know what happened to the score. I'll have to find out why that was deleted. But Hatton hits a fade. Hovland hits a fade. Horschel mostly hits a draw, but can shape it both directions. Fade, draw, 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 fade. And then he hits it both directions as well. Bryson most notably hits a draw. Westwood hits a fade. Connors hits a draw. I don't remember what Putnam does. Werenski hits a draw. Spieth hits a draw. Bez hits a draw. Kirk hits a draw. Kokrak hit a draw back then. Then you got Hatton with the fade. Leishman with the fade. Im with the fade. DeChambeau with the draw. Mitchell hits it both directions, but mostly hits a fade. Same with Damon. Damon hits a fade. I don't remember what Danny Lee does, but then you have a draw with McIlroy. Again, Fitzpatrick hits it both directions. Morikawa primarily hits a fade. English hits a draw. So it's all over the place. And really, when it comes down to it, if you're looking at this going, why should I even worry about this? I think it only comes down to if you've got a tiebreaker. Like look at tiebreakers in. I shouldn't even say it that way. If you're just stuck between two golfers and you don't know how to choose between the two of them, you can do a lot of different. You can do a lot of different reasons, or to fade one golfer or not. Ownership could be one of them. Shot shapes can be another one. Course history, recent form, all those things can be tiebreakers. And this is all I would say. You can use this as a tiebreaker. You know, like one of the best tiebreakers I can think of off the top of my head would be to Scotty or to Rory, or perhaps even to Cantlay. And then you can see draw, draw, fade. You know, like, okay, there's two guys that hit draws that are in the 10K range. Do we choose them over Scheffler? Does it really matter? That's entirely up to you guys. Pavon, fade or draw? Gosh, I can't remember. I haven't watched a lot of Pavon golf. I'm not going to tell you, like, I'm not going to try to pretend like I know. I'm not positive. I haven't watched Pavon swing. He won at Farmers. Farmers didn't really matter what shot shape you hit at Farmers. So I don't know. I'll look into it. When the Players Championship had the 24/7 every shot, where you could look at every golfer hit a golf ball, I watched every golfer and noticed what their tendencies were. That's basically what this is. It's just looking at their tendencies. Again, this you can find on the cheat sheet. So again, link in the description for this cheat sheet. I have all their shot shapes right here. We know Cam Young fades the golf ball. I mean, I've seen him hit draws, but he's pretty reckless with his draw. Kim hits a fade. There's your guy, Matthew Pavon. I don't know. Jake Knapp with the silky draw. I mean, he was shaping it both directions, but that draw is... Actually, both shots are great. You know what? I'm going to give him the credit. Because we were watching it at Mexico Open. He was flighting his tee shots beautifully. Teague's draw. Cole is a draw player. We learned that from Mark Immelman when he was following Eric Cole, saying he enjoys hitting a draw more so than anything. I think it was Ekrode hits a draw too, right? Well, you know what? He hit a beautiful shot into hole 17 that he faded the golf ball. So we'll put it like that. I don't remember some of these other guys. Minwoo hits a draw primarily. Okay, so I'm updating the cheat sheet for you guys with just what's off of my mind. Again, I need to go through and update all this stuff for the players, but for my player profile, that just automatically updates this. But yes, I have all this available to you in the cheat sheet. So again, going back, to the Arnold Palmer, or the Bay Hill Club and Lodge. Shot shape, it's whatever you want it to be. Barry R, good luck, or good evening to you, and good luck. Yes, I love the API as well. Okay, the last piece of information I want to talk about when it comes to the tournament and golf course information is the tournament. Obviously, if you didn't already know, this is a signature event. Signature events, usually limited fields, no cuts. And you know what though? No cut, limited fields is exactly what the Sweet Spot process is good at. Genesis Invitational is where I won $1,800. That was a limited field. That was a signature event. Last year during the Tournament of Champions, I unfortunately put a lineup that would have taken down the $5 GPP into the Nagels Bagels contest, which was one contest below when you, because I mass enter everything, so I use the input sheet. And then like when I create my lineups, usually I just look top to bottom, or like just the first few ones, and I'm like, oh, they're okay. I don't really like them. Let me go ahead and put them in. I was off by one. Could have taken down GPP there. That's a limited field. This is a limited field. I'm really feeling it this week when it comes to the strategies in building lineups. So just so you know, there's no cut. Our strength of field is 741. Do you see that up here? 741 for strength of field. That is juicy. I have the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am because I want to talk about that one too. Look at what the strength of field was for this tournament. And this is the tournament that Wyndham Clark won. Wyndham Clark and Ludwig at the top. Of course, this was cut down to three rounds, but 741, your strength of field there. 741 for Arnold Palmer Invitational. That's what the one that you can see right now is. I think most of these signature events are just going to be around 740 just because they're the top golfers in the world that get invited to this place. They get invited to play the signature events. So it's always going to be around 750. It's not like super, you know, super crazy. Barry R in the chat goes, hey, Eric, I think the cut format is just like the Genesis. Top 15 ties. Oh, is it? Is it? Maybe I misspoke. Maybe I misspoke. Let me double check. I will check right now. It's a good point because I know some of these are supposed to have cuts and some of them are not. Is there a cut at Arnold Palmer Invitational? You're right. It is top 50 in ties plus any player within 10 shots. Thank you, Barry. Thank you. That'd be silly to talk about the tournament and not be correct, right? I haven't listened to much content. I assumed this was going to be like the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. So my apologies. I knew there were some signature events that had cuts and some that did not. I didn't do my due diligence, but there you go, right there. 69 player field. I even like that more, by the way. I like it more. Anything that can resemble the Genesis Invitational, where I took down $1,800, I'm cool with. So I'm happy with that. Okay. Sorry for the disinformation, the misinformation, I should say, not dis. I'm not trying to say the wrong information on purpose, but top 50 in ties and all golfers within 10 shots. So this is just like the Genesis where we're talking about, oh, that could leave in a lot of people. It ended up not, because Cantlay was running away with it at that time. No one outside of the cut, outside the top 50 there, was within 10 shots of Cantlay. It wasn't even close. So now that we got that piece done, that covers the tournament and golf course information. Let's go into Pass Optimal and GPP winning lineups, sponsored by Fantasy Golf Pod. I always try to do this and switch over to 2017. Usually I'm trying to like hurry up and get to this, but I can never find my damn white mouse on the white background of the sheets. I'm always just trying to find where it is and try to switch it before you guys can see it. Anyways, Pass Optimal and GPP winning lineups, we start here in 2018. Now, the reason that I like to go over Pass Optimal and GPP winning lineups is to talk about salary strategies. Now, a lot of times people don't care about salaries. A lot of people are like, why even talk about salaries? You want to know the most important thing when it comes to building lineups? It's salaries. There's a salary cap. You can't build over the salary cap. You have to keep the salary cap in mind. And as we've heard from the guys from the Fantasy Golf Pod, all that salaries are basically the odds to win a tournament. So the higher the salary, the better the odds are for that golfer to win that tournament. That's essentially what it is. So you can either look at it a couple different ways, you know, jam in a bunch of high price guys with a couple low price guys, or try to find a bunch of people in the middle. What has more win equity? That's kind of what you're looking at. I've been looking at strategies for what, the last 3-4 years, and there isn't ever a moment where I'm like, we should just scrap this, because it's not worth looking into. Salary strategy is very important when it comes to building lineups. And by the way, it can just also naturally get you on pivots of golfers that might be popular this week. It's also good to know what are the trends that come with salaries and, you know, the golfers behind the salaries. So let's go over it. 2018 optimal lineup. You left $1,300 on the table. $1,300 is a lot of money to leave on the table. I don't ever suggest doing that. But your optimal there, start with a 10K golfer, 9K golfer, 7, 7, 7, 6. That's your $1,300 you leave on the table. Your GPP winning lineup for the $4 contest that I played in that year had these guys in blue. So 10-7, 11-5, by the way. So 11-5, 10-7, 6-9, 7K, 6K, 6K. That's 3 6K golfers, 2 7s. Am I wrong about that? I am wrong about that. 3 6Ks, 1 7, and 2 10Ks. Now, if you follow this channel before, just like what AJ Love put into the chat, are we back to 10-9-8-7-7-6? You want to know what? We were never away from 10-9-8-7-7-6. I understand there were 5K golfers in last week's tournament, and when we get to the review of the Cognizant Classic, I'm going to bring that up. But I always like to start out, just like what AJ just said. Start out with a 10K golfer, 9K, 8K, 2 7s, and a 6. And then you can make up to like 2 substitutions. Doesn't really matter what, those substitutions are like price tag substitutions. Sub out a 10, put in another 9. or sub out a 10 for a 9, and then sub out a 6 for another 7. That's a more balanced build. That's a 998 777 approach. But I always like to start out with 1098 776. So that's what 2018. You didn't really have that in 2018, but I bet you we could build one. There's a 10, a 6, a 9, a 7, a 7, an 8. This one's $50,100. So we're just over, but there's an 8K golfer right there. So those six golfers follow that 1098 776 approach, and it equals 49.8. We'll just do something like this and just call it a realistic optimal. Because I don't like to go over optimal lineups like some people out there do and talk about how much money you need to leave on the table, because that's unrealistic. You're not going to be leaving that much money on the table. So I want to be realistic with my lineup approach. I want to tell you, hey, look at the closest to $50,000 you can spend, but still having the best opportunity, the best shot to win a GPP would be following this salary structure. Let me double check here. Barry R in the chat says, Eric, when you get a chance, can you bring up the optimal GPP lineup from the past Genesis tourney if you have it? Same cut format from this week, or sorry, same cut format this week. Just curious to see if the player pricing that hit. Yes, I can do that. I'll talk about that right after I go through each of these, just in case someone wants to see it this way. In 2019, your optimal lineup left a ton of money on the table. Left $2,600 on the table. And you had a 9K, 7, 7, 9, 7, 7. 2 9s, 4 7s. That equals $47,400. Your GPP winning lineup that year, pretty damn close to being like the optimal. All those golfers in blue, Molinari at 9, $7,500 Cabrera Bello, Im at 7, 11.4 Rory, 7K Keith, and 7K Benny Ann. That is $49,900 spent. So only leaving $100 on the table. That one scored what? 563 points, and then I don't have the optimal lineup points. That's nice. But look at all the golfers that are up at the top. In fact, I don't even think you can build a 1098 776 that is going to beat that, but we can try. So Molinari is our 9K golfer. Our 2 7s can be Fitzpatrick and RCB. 11, 9, 2 7s. See, do we have an 8? Glover's an 8, and do we have a 6? I don't think we do. And this is over, so I need to find 6,600 or less. That one's close. I mean, I guess what we could do is Wallace and Sung Hoon King. So that equals 50,000 that I have on the board, and that's a 1098 776. So yeah, that's possible. I don't think that scores enough points to win you a GPP. It could be close. I just don't have the point totals with me. So that's a 1098 776. You're gonna win good money. It might not be a GPP, but you'll still win good money. Your optimal lineup in 2020 left only. Oh, never mind. I was dyslexic there. I was gonna say only left $200 on the table, but instead it left $1,100 on the table. It was 48.9, not 49.8. That one started with $8,100 Tyrrell Hatton, $8,600 Mark Leishman, $9,500 Sung Jae Im. So that really balanced build to start out with. It's kind of the way to do it for your optimal here. 66, 84, 77. These are all point totals. Remember, optimal lineup is how many points you can score within the salary cap. And this is your best one, $48,900. It included a Scotty Scheffler in 15th place, but he scored 77 points. And no one has, like, if I look at this leaderboard, I have to go all the way up to 3rd place Sung Jae Im, scoring 79.5 points to see who outscored him. Everyone above Scotty in 15th place did not outscore him in DK points. That's pretty crazy, right? Your $5 GPP winner, though, used a lot of these golfers inside the top 5. He had 5 golfers inside the top 5, and then Scottie Scheffler, who was the 4th scoring golfer on DraftKings. That's a hell of a lineup. I'm surprised that one wasn't your optimal lineup. But can we build a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6? We can certainly try. DeChambeau, Sungjae, Tyrrell Hatton at 81, 7, 6, 7. That's 49,200. Probably want to spend more money than that. Although I don't think we can. Maybe not 65. Can we do 60? No, that's not really going to do any much. 68. Let's get you to 49.5. That's really not all that better. That much better. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to leave $800 on the table. This lineup that I'm highlighting right now would leave $800 on the table. I mean, there is the possibility instead of doing a 7K, you do an 8K and then take that 7 out and do 2 6s. That's just 49.7. So basically your substitutions would be subbing out 1 7 for another 8K golfer. And that's it. It's just one substitution. So this is a 10 9 8 8. Oh, it is two 6Ks. Yeah, so that's what you do. 2 7K substitutions out. That's 49.7. Probably has a chance to... Actually, no, it wouldn't because Scottie Scheffler. Anyways, just showing you different lineup builds. In 2021, your optimal lineup left $2,000 on the table, leaving a lot of money on the table for your optimal lineup. And that starts with an 11K, 7 7 9 7 6. So 10 9, 3 7s, and a 6. $6,100 Richie Wierenski. That's pretty cheap. Your GPP winning lineup used up $50,000 of the salary. 10, 7, 9, 8, 7, 7. Or a different way to say it, 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 7 for your GPP winning lineup. And that's like the second most common optimal lineup build that you can do. Or not so much that you can do, that's shown up as an optimal lineup. Let me reword that because I wasn't paying attention to all the words I was saying there. Your 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 7 is the second most optimal lineup build. It's also the second most 1 GPP lineup format. 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 is the most common that you can find in a GPP winning lineup as well as an optimal lineup. And then 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6 would be the third most. So just remember that when you're building lineups, usually starting out with a 10, 9, 8, 7 is the way to go. Whether you add a 7 and a 6, or 2 other 7s, or 2 6s, that's up to you. And then a more realistic lineup build for that year was a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. I think I just did that on purpose. That left $500 on the table. And just to show you all the point totals, optimal scored 573.5. Your GPP winning scored 529.5. So 529 versus 573. And that realistic scored 567. So you would have beat the GPP winning lineup by 40 points if you were follow that 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 approach. Now, if you're keeping track, that's what 3 out of 4 years where I've given you a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 that either was competitive with the GPP winning lineup or would have just outright beat it. If anything, you can find 6 golfers inside the top 10 following the 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. Which again is going to give you a really good opportunity to win a GPP. In 2022, your optimal lineup left only $300 on the table. That's a bit more palpable. And you've got a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6. There you go. It's the third most common optimal lineup build, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6. And that's what you have here for the Arnold Palmer Invitational in 2022. Your GPP winning lineup left $400 on the table. And that was a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6. There you go. Another 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6. So that was 2022. And I don't have to build a more realistic or a sweet spot optimal because that optimal lineup was perfect. It was perfect. It only left $300 on the table. Unlike in 2023, where our optimal lineup left $1,600 on the table and Kurt Kitayama at $6,800 won, but 10-6, Rory McIlroy finished second. He was in the optimal lineup. And it's a 7K, 9K, 8K, 6K. So let's say that a different way. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6. And there just happen to be all the cheap 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. That left $1,600 on the table. Your GPP winning lineup, 10K, 8K, 6K, 6K, 8K, 8K. So that's 3 8Ks. A 10K, 3 8Ks, and 2 6K golfers. That's a hell of a lineup idea. Now, there were 2 SweetSpot optimals. Let's take a look. They both scored, no, one scored 564.5 and the other one scored 562.5. And I think what I did this is because leaving $700 on the table, probably too difficult to do. So I wanted to find one that left less money, and this was 300, only 2 points behind each other. And oh, by the way, they take down the GPP winning lineup by 30 points. So that first optimal lineup are just the golfers in green. Starts with a 10-9 Scotty. So in case you're like, oh, Scotty's too expensive last year, he was the most expensive golfer. He was in this optimal, which would have won you a GPP. Then 9K Cantlay, 8K Hatton, 7K Bradley, 6K, 6K, that equals 49.3. But I built a different one, which starts with a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6. So same thing. Oh, hold on. Timeout. No. Why is this one red? 49.7. I don't... Maybe I screwed up. I think that has to be what I did. There's no way, because 48.7, this one's 49.7. Maybe that's why I did that? I don't know. Either way. This is not 49.7. This is 48.7, and that doesn't equal a SweetSpot op. It just doesn't. So we say nay to that, and just leave it here. Okay, now that we went through all the optimal lineups, let's take a look at salaries. So this can be a continuation of pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. I like to go to my bucket page, which is the engine behind the bucket system. And I like to look at this matrix right here. So this matrix is looking at all top 10 golfers and what their salaries were. So if you were to look just at this, you can see for 10K range, we have had at least one 10K golfer inside the top 10 every single year. And if you just remove 2019 out of the picture, we've had at least 2 inside the top 10 every single year. So that's 5 out of 6 years, or 83% of top 10 finishers well, I shouldn't even say it that way. 86 or 83% of the time we've had at least 2 10K golfers inside the top 10 over the last 6 years. That's pretty good. What might be a little bit, well, this one's not so much more impressive, but 9K golfers. So like, you ever heard the phrase cream rises to the top? This would be one of those times to believe in it. Because the cream did rise to the, I mean, it rises to the top at this tournament. And then look at that 8K range. There hasn't been less, well, okay, 2019 just must have been a really weird year where a bunch of 7K golfers finished inside the top 10 and none of the favorites did really well. But if you were to exclude 2019, like if we just hid 20, oh my God, I hid the whole thing. I guess I can't hide just that one column. But if you were to remove 2019 and we were just to look at these years right here, you have multiple 10K golfers inside the top 10. You have multiple 9K golfers inside the top 10. I guess that's not true, because 2020 and 2018, you only had 1 each. But look at the 8K range, at least 3 inside the top 10. Now, if we really want to like dig down into this, look at the top 5s. And oh, by the way, this is also available to you guys, not this, but you get the summary page. So if you go to the cheat sheet, again, find a link in the description below, and you go to the bucket system, the bucket system has these frequencies loaded in. And I'll show you, so this is top 10 frequencies right here. So you see total, min, max, and then you got min, max, success. I mean, I have success right here too. I want you to, I'm going to show you something. So just pay attention to, let's go down to the salaries. You see it says 1213, and then we're looking at top fives right here. We just look at this top 5 frequency, you'll see 0.3 and 37.04%. That's right here. You see this? 37.04%. 0.3, 10. That is on that cheat sheet. I'm giving you all the data, all the information I look at. I'm just not giving you like the raw data. I'm just giving you the summary stuff, but that's all available to you on the cheat sheet. You can go down here and take a look at all these numbers. You can see we've always had at least one 10K in the top 10, one 9K inside the top 10 too. You can see the frequency rates. That means how often has that happened every year? Well, 100%. That's pretty darn good. You can even look at optimal lineups. I keep track of that too when it comes to salaries. So 66% of the time, because we have salaries dating all the way back to 2018. So that's what, 4 out of 6 years? The 10K golfer has been in the optimal lineup. 4 out of 6 years. Every single year we have at least one 9K in the optimal lineup. That's 100% frequency rate. Despite how many 8K golfers finish inside the top 10, and also not so much top 5, we've had 0 out of 3 a couple times. And oh, by the way, it's only a 50% frequency rate. So you know how we just went over the optimal lineup and GPP winning stuff? Throughout all those years, the 6 years I went through, 3 of those years, I didn't mention an 8K golfer being in the optimal lineup. These are just all data points you guys can use. Top 20 frequencies, top 5 frequencies, optimal lineup frequencies, top 10 frequencies. It's all available to you for not only just salaries, but all the other buckets that I'll be talking about a little bit later. So when it comes to this tournament, just in general, cream rises to the top. If you're going to fade a 10K golfer just because of ownership, you're going to miss out on hitting an optimal lineup. And in order to win a GPP, the only sure way to hit a GPP is to chase the optimal lineup, is to target the optimal lineup. So that's why I go over it. Now, some of those optimal lineups were impossible to get to. Leaving $1,300 on the table, stuff like that. Nah. That's why I went over those realistic optimal lineups, which if you didn't notice, I chose a 10K golfer every single time. And of the years I had points for the more realistic optimal or the sweet spot optimal, it took down the GPP. Easy, right? So I'm a visual proof type of person. You show me proof visually and I'll believe you. So I'm giving you visual proof. This is all just data mining on my part, throwing it into these models for you so you guys can take a look at it. To just better start your lineups. So why not do it that way? And oh, by the way, are you really going to fade Scheffler, Rory, or Cantlay in your lineups? Those are your 10K golfers this week. Why not super solid to do that? But again, looking at that cheat sheet, because there's only 3 golfers in the 10K range, I do have my projections. I think because, I mean, on average, we have around 5. On average, we have around 5, in between 4 to 5 10K golfers. We only have 3 this week. So that, even though the success rate of finishing inside the top 10 is 44%, that's all 10K golfers of this tournament since 2018. 44% of them have finished inside the top 10. That's how this number reads. That's a really high percentage. Now, I actually have a 0 to 2 projection, and that has a lot to do with how many golfers are in that bucket. But when you look at the golfers that are in that bucket, hard to think that one of those golfers will not be inside the top 10. Just my take on it. Okay. So now that we've talked about pass optimal and GPP winning lineups, let's get into a review of the Cognizant. Actually, you know what? Now, Barry brought up something. He wanted to see the Genesis. Let's take a look at the Genesis. Barry, are you still in the chat, by the way? I did have the Genesis open earlier because this tournament, the Arnold Palmer, reminds me of it, just like how it reminds you of it. if we're looking at the 2024 Genesis Invitational, you had Xander in the optimal lineup. He was a 10K golfer. 9K Patrick Cantlay. So you just start 10-9. I did build a SweetSpot optimal that includes an 8K golfer and Jason Day, but you didn't need an 8K golfer. Your optimal was 10, 9, 7, 7, 7, 6. And it left $1,600 on the table. Awesome, John. Awesome. You know what? You give me a good reason to do our first roll call. Roll call number 1. I want to know, are you playing a 10K golfer this week? All you got to say is yes or no. That's all you got to do for the roll call. Yes or no, and you get into the giveaway, the weekly giveaway next week, and then this also goes to the monthly giveaway. Just tell me, are you playing a 10K golfer this week or no? API. AJ Love. Your $5 winner. The weekly winner. Barry. Barry Money. I didn't even see that. I said Barry Money. Greg Bates, what's going on, man? I didn't even acknowledge that you had sent me a message. I apologize. Let me read that after I write all these guys down. Uh-oh. Ryan says fade the 10K. I don't know, big guy. I don't know if I can. Nathan Johnson. Alrighty. I even see Smokey wrote me a message. All right. 8 Game is in here. Hey, 8 Game, do you see you got a membership given to you? Oh, Ryan sent me a bunch of stuff I gotta read. Chat went by too fast. Craig Bates, what's up? Was trying to get back over here to comment, but I was signing up for Prize Picks. You signed up for Prize Picks? That's awesome, dude. I can't wait for to see that. I get an email letting me know that people sign up on Prize Picks. Okay, I'm glad that I went back and read that. Appreciate that, man. John, is it Bizzle? Is it John Bizzle or is it John Bizel? Option 1 or option 2? Option 1's Bizzle, option 2 is Bizel, option 3 is none of the above. Just won 20K off 300 at the Waste Management. That is awesome, dude. Congrats. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? My chat just went by way too fast. Oh, there's a lot of messages to read. I think I acknowledged people that were talking. I think I said hello to Joanne because she said good evening. AJ says I'm looking at Scheffler and Homa depending on tee times. Okay, good to know. Gabe, let's get it. My 2 core are Morikawa and Cam Young. Okay, so we got some lineup ideas. New rule: I'm not gonna put a chalk 7K guy as my core. Svensson wrecked your lineup last week. Yeah. Out for PR. PR being personal run. PR like the PRB beer? I don't know. Oh no, that'd be PBR. Definitely not enough time to grind on PRO. Hey man. Yeah. They just gave me tee times like right before I went live. Daniel Bold says I'm thinking Aberg, Zalatoris, Grillo. I don't have an issue with that. Do you want me to build lineups with that later? If so, just put it in the chat right now. Just say, build lineups with so-and-so, with those guys. All right, said hi to Nathan, said hi to Lombardi Lee. AJ, more like landfill fire. Yeah. Let's see here. Cool. I think I've caught up. Gabe, if you left, good luck to you, sir. Okay, so you said, hey, Eric, I think the cut format is just like the Genesis, top 50 in ties. Oh, yeah. Don't tell my girlfriend, but I'm already eating my birthday cake now. Yikes, AJ. Yikes. She's going to find out. And here's Barry's question. When you get a chance, can you bring up the optimal and GPP winning lineup from the past Genesis? Okay, we have that up. So we'll talk about that. Barry, any whisperings this week? That's right. Sup, AJ? I want to say Chalky Minwoo, but I got a feeling he busts this week. Kind of liking Rodgers and Glover this week. Hey, remember, guys, DK is all about scoring points. There's no... Well, you know what? There is a cut. I was just about to say, there's no cut. There is a cut. I don't think Minwoo misses the cut this week. That's my hot take. And I think he's going to give you the best scoring opportunity. Okay. Ryan goes, 8 of the past 9 winners of this event has recorded a top 17 or better finish at Bay Hill in a previous season before winning. You want to know what's really interesting about that stat? That's what the bucket system is. The bucket system isn't really tracking what top 20 or whatever finish, top 17 or better finish in a previous season. It really looks at course history. It looks at last year's stats. So the course history is going to be good. And then maybe there's going to be a last year top 20. 11 of the past 13 winners of this event all played the API at Bay Hill the year prior and made the cut. Like I said, that's the bucket system, man. You know that. You know that's what I talk about on this channel. We talk about everything with the bucket system. Let's see here. Taylor Moore thoughts? Sure. Interesting trends for sure. Moore is solid, but not sure if I can trust him on hard courses. I don't really, I get reminded that Taylor Moore has one of the weirdest golf swings on tour. He swings so far left. He swings left with a fade. I don't like it. You can build 11, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 easily. I don't think we have a... Oh, Scotty's your 11K golfer. Yeah. You're right. Glover. Dude, I've got a lineup for you guys that includes Glover. It's sexy. Let me just pull it up right now. This lineup right here. I built this last night and I'm like, what? This was one off of my... My dummy lineup was, well, it wasn't one off, never mind. But it started Rory, Oberg, Zalatoris. So like it was one 10K golfer, Rory, so it's not Scotty. I did go with Oberg. And then it was Zalatoris, Knapp, Minwoo Lee. Where is Mr. Knapp? Knapp was what? I don't remember how much he cost. Right here. Knapp, and then it was Minwoo and Patrick Rodgers. Now, this lineup that I had built went with Scotty, Ludwig, Tommy. So like just slight pivots. Instead of Jake Knapp, it went to Adam Scott, which I'm not disappointed with. Give me Adam Scott. And then it was Minwoo and Lucas Glover. Isn't that crazy? I mean, not so much like that's super crazy, but that's a sexy lineup. Sign me up for that one. This is a free lineup for y'all. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6. It's gonna win all of us the GPPs. Anyways, I think I caught up with chat. Barry says wouldn't mind running it back with Eckroad again this week. 10th last year at the US Open. Okay. 8 game, then to the top of it, lost 5K in NASCAR. You must have said something earlier. Did I miss that? No, I don't think so. At this time, I have 58 golfers in my lineups and all 10Ks in the pool. There we go, man. All right, so 8 game, you're gonna get one here too. Alrighty. Fantastic. Craig Bates. Yep. 8 game with the emoji, the optimal lineup. We love seeing that. Puerto Rico says, Mr. Dilo, how many of you in chat want me to talk about the Puerto Rico Open when we get there? At the end of this video. Anybody who's interested in the Puerto Rico Open at the end of this video, let me know. I tried to put the other pieces of the cake back together. That's funny. Howdy y'all. What's going on, Josh? Oberg #1 in my model. Yeah, dude, Oberg looks good. Definitely crazy. Yes, Oberg, Zalatoris, Grillo, maybe in the mix. In Minwoo, please. Okay, you're talking about me. Okay. Just a quick reminder. I have a 10-second delay between you and I. Most of the time. If your internet is slow, make sure, and not so much to say if it's slow. There could be other reasons. It might be how YouTube sends it to you. You'll see like a little go live button, or it'll just say live. If you drill on that, it'll get you caught up all the way to present. So if you are lagging behind, if that little live red circle isn't lit up, that means you are not live. You are a little bit behind. So when I'm asking you questions and I move on and then you answer my question, I might not remember what I was talking about. So just a heads up. Just make sure that you are constantly live or up to the present moment. And we don't want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We want just ones. Roll call 1. There we go. All right, going back. We got sidetracked. Barry R in the chat, when it came to us reviewing the pass optimal and GPP winning lineups of the Arnold Palmer Invitational, he wanted to see what the Genesis looked like because this event is very reminiscent of that event. Not because of the golf courses are similar, they're both pretty difficult, but more so to do because it's the same amount of golfers in the field, same cut criteria, top 50 in ties and golfers within 10 shots of the leader at the cut after 36 holes. Yeah, a lot of things. The strength of field's the same, right? I'm pretty sure it's pretty close. We already looked at the Pebble Beach. Which one is this? So this is 713 for strength of field. It's 741 this week at the API, and it was 741 at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. So very similar strength of fields. So yeah, we are kind of looking at very similar tournaments. So again, we already went through the optimal lineup. It was a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 7. Or what? Yeah. No, it wasn't. It was just your optimal was 10, 9, 7, 7, 6. And that left $1,600 on the table. So that's difficult to get to. If you remove this 6K and this 7K and you bring in this 7 and this 8, this would be the SweetSpot optimal. This followed the SweetSpot process to a T, 100%. And obviously we always review this every single week. Your GPP winning lineup left $200 on the table and it scored 630. Your SweetSpot optimal scored 646. So it beat the GPP winning lineup by 16 points and left $300 on the table. But that one followed the 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 7 approach. So that was your GPP winner at the Genesis. Just so you know, just so you're aware. But moving back, we want to do a review of the Cognizant Classic. Let's also bring in the 7K buckets. The 7K combo buckets is what we're going to call it. Here's the Cognizant. I'm going to swing this over. I'll talk about this right after I bring this up. So what we want to do first is determine how successful was the bucket system. And in order for me to do that, before I get into the bucket system of the API, before you understand what it all is, basically I take projections for each of these buckets. There's a number of golfers that are in each one of these buckets, and I tell you, hey, for this last year 1 bucket, I'm only projecting 0 to 2. We always round down with this bucket, or with this column here. Always round down with this one. Always round up here. So 0 to 2 is the projection. So then my validation is over here, and it starts right here. The number that's in this bucket or in this column, does this number fit inside these two numbers? And it does. 0 to 2 is my projection. There's one top 10 golfer, therefore it's a Y. It's a success. Now you're gonna see some weird ones like this. Last year 6, 8. Well, guess what? 6 is the highest number. You can't build a lineup with more than 6 golfers. So 6 will always be the max for this number for me, because you can build a lineup with all 6 golfers then. And so if my projection is 3 to 6, that means it lies within that projection. So you can see that's a Y. You can also see there's another 8 down here with did not plays. So when we look at this, 100% of the buckets were successful last week. So if you follow along with me, and I'm telling you, hey, when it comes to projections, you want to play somewhere in between these numbers. And of course, there are caveats that you need to consider. Price tag for each of the buckets really matters, like the average price tag. If there are more 10K golfers in a bucket, it's difficult to play more than one of them most of the time. And we'll talk more about that when we get into the bucket system, but that's also what you have to consider. So just keep all of that in mind. But when it comes down to it, these validations are raw. There's no like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm considering maybe 0 to this bucket because there's just no good golfers in it, although the bucket says 1. That doesn't include whenever I talk about that. These are just the raw numbers, whatever show up inside the top 10, validated against the projections. Same goes with the optimal lineup. So basically how this works, if this number falls within the range of the projection, it's a success. If not, then it double checks to see if that many optimal lineup golfers fit inside the projection. And if it does, it's still going to be successful. And if it isn't, then it would show as a no, which we have 0 no's. So the buckets were 36 out of 36 correct. One other piece that I talk about, which we will be talking about here shortly when it comes to the bucket system and picking our golfers for this following week, it's called the Marquee Tee Times. So basically what I do is I look at the top 9 groups in the field, and how I determine what are the top groups, I rank order the SweetSpot score. So basically you see this, the ranking here, there's a ranking for each golfer. The total of their rank, if it's lower than any of the other ranks, they get recorded as such. I actually want to double check. 1, 2, oh, okay. 1, 2, and 27. That equals 48. So this first group, the total of their SweetSpot rank, 37. The next one, 42. So obviously that's 1, 2. This one here, 48. That's 6 points higher than the last one. And then 71. So that's how I do my Marquee Tee Times. We rank order these, and as you can tell, not so much as you can tell, but I was going to just say they're rank ordered. You can tell that they are in order. But these are the top 9 groups. Now, when it comes to the rules, I tell you, you want to select 2 to 4 golfers from the Marquee Tee Times to build your lineups around, because 90% of the time, somewhere between 2 to 4 golfers finish inside or are in the optimal lineup. So now, okay, so now that I said that, I forgot to put the GPP winners in here. I usually color code that. Jake Knapp is the only optimal lineup golfer in the Marquee Tee Times. However, I do keep track of the SweetSpot optimal, which I will get to. Those are going to be your golfers in green. So Cam Young and Jake Knapp were in the SweetSpot optimal. We'll obviously review to see if the SweetSpot optimal takes down the GPP, but the SweetSpot optimal has to follow the SweetSpot process 100% of the time. And again, with the Marquee Tee Times, we want to select 2 to 4 golfers, 2 to 4, and you don't want to pair golfers up together, because pairing golfers up together, that it's like a less than 5% chance of being the optimal lineup is when you pair golfers up together. I think it's almost less than 2%. Now that we've gone a full year where that hasn't happened. But here you have it. Jake Knapp and Cam Young are in the Sweet Spot Optimal, but only Jake Knapp was in the Optimal. So this would be one of those failure moments where there weren't two optimal lineup golfers in the Marquee Tee Times. Billy Horschel certainly made his charge Sunday. He could have helped be an optimal lineup, and same with Cam Young. So in order to absolutely see if the Sweet Spot Optimal takes down the GPP winning lineup, we have to first review the optimal versus the Sweet Spot Optimal. Really the optimal versus the GPP versus the Sweet Spot Optimal. So your optimal lineup left $2,300 on the table. That's difficult to do. Don't do that. And the only reason that Cam Young wasn't in the optimal lineup is because KH Lee. I think it was because the combination of Jake Knapp and KH Lee scored just, I mean, it was basically KH Lee scored just enough points where you didn't have to have David Skins and Cam Young in a lineup together. But your optimal was 6,700, 74, 96, 93, 84, 63 to make up 47. If you try to put in Cam Young, that turns to 10-2, so you really can't go that route. You can't really take out Jake Knapp, put in Cam Young and David Skins. This is still 48,700. This equals 50,000 on the button. So Jake Knapp, yeah, that's what it is. Jake Knapp and KH Lee score more points than Cam Young and KH Lee. That's what it is. And it's just by 0.5 points. So, like, you could, like, okay, you could sub out Cam Young, or you could sub out Jake Knapp for Cam Young and get to 50,000 just with these six golfers right here. You'd use up all 50,000 and you'd only be 0.5 points away from the optimal lineup. So you could definitely use a 10K golfer, and the fact that the optimal lineup didn't, or the Marquee Tee Times didn't have two optimal lineup golfers, well, who cares? 0.5 points, not a big deal. Anyways, that was your optimal lineup, and the optimal lineup scored 675.5 points. Your GPP winning lineup from last year scored 621, and it used up 49.7, all but $300. And that was these three top guys here: Minwoo, Eric Van Rooyen, Austin Eckroat, Keith Mitchell, Byung-Hun An, and then Mark Hubbard down here in 64th place, by the way. Mark Hubbard. That's a 9-9. Let's see, what am I looking at this wrong? Yeah, 999. So 3 9s. 1 7 down here, 1 7 up here, and a 6. So 3 9s, 2 7s, and a 6. That created your GPP win line 621 points. Optimal scored 675, so there's a 50 point difference there. Sweet Spot Optimal scored 644. That was 23 points higher than the GPP winning lineup, and that had Alex Noren in it, Cam Young, KH Lee, Jake Knapp, Minwoo Lee, and Austin Eckroat. So that was a 10, 9, 8, 8, 7. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. Let's do this differently. 10, 9, 8, 8, 6, 6. That left $100 on the table, and that was your Sweet Spot Optimal, which took down a GPP, meaning the Sweet Spot process altogether was 100% correct. So I'm trying to sell you on the Sweet Spot process. I do it every single week. Now that we went over the Cognizant, oh, by the way, we want to go over the bucket combinations. You know how I talked about how this last week, there still was a 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. Let me just push this out so it's not confusing. Here's what I did. I kept this on the cheat sheet for if you guys are interested. There's this price conversion. So this was last week's tournament. You see there's a $12,000 200 guy at the top in Rory, and then you scroll all the way down, there's a $5,000 guy down here in Jeff Overton. I mean, there's a couple of $5,000 guys. So we had the 5K range last week, right? Well, I figured stuff out, man. I figured it out. I'm not treating this any different. What I did is I went back to 2021 and I just put what the normal salaries were right here. Here's what I figured out. You see there's the exact same amount of 10K golfers as there was in that 2021 year. So this is 2021. This was this last week's in the Cognizant. See how the same amount of 10K golfers? Well, here we go with this year. Look at how many 9K golfers versus that 2021. There were 3. These 3 here. These 3 here. Not in the 9K range. I reordered this where this was no longer in the 9K range. I made this an 8K range. I had my optimizer look at these salaries as if they were 8K golfers. So I changed that out right here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put a big line at the top. So there's our cutoff. There's 8K. Guess what? I did the same thing for the 8K range and the 7K range. You see how the 7K range, let me do it a different way, stops right here. That's also how I looked at this when it came to the 8K range. So this was the true 8K range. This was the true 10K range. Let me just cut it up how I've been doing it. You had your 10K range here, your 9K range here, your 8K range here, and then 7K. You see how it normally goes all the way down here? And instead there's the 6K range. Here's the cutoff of the 7 to 6K range right here. This would be, Michael Kim should have been a 7K golfer. And then you know how I usually do an upper 6 and a lower 6? Well, then we all go all the way down here to, you see how it's 6,400? So right here, let's do it like this. Oh no, it was 6,400. Yeah. So this is where the start of the low 6K range is, right here, Joel Damon. And I had my optimizer look at it that way, but this is what I included in the 7K range. Instead of just having this, like this small of a 7K range, remember there was only 18 golfers in the 7K range? There were only 18 golfers. My way of doing it, we added back 40 golfers in the 7K range because we normally have somewhere between 35 to 40 golfers. 35 to 40. With that, I added that all right here. Let's see. Some were with withdrawals by the end of the tournament. I do have 40 here, so I guess it was just Johnny Vegas. Let me pull up something else. I've been going through this every single week. You know this. The first time this threw me off was at the Mexico Open, and I just got thrown off by it. That's the only time really the 7K buckets didn't, like combo buckets didn't really work out, but they did. I'm going to pull up the Genesis Invitational because I can go through all of these and show you how it all works. So remember how I won $1,800? It was because of the 7K combo buckets. I got on Hideki Matsuyama at the top. Now I look at every single bucket and I create combinations of them. Course history in last year, course history recent form, course history last week, last year recent form, last year last week, and recent form last week. They are the unique bucket combinations. The point totals that are in here, this is just what has been recorded over the last 10 years of these bucket combinations being together and how many of these different combinations have finished inside the top 10 for different golfers. You can see that that's all built in right here. I have tracked the 7K golfers that score at least 80 points or more, like 75 points or more. I add all of those right here because I'm trying to figure out the best 7K golfer to choose. And it tracks what their course history is in combination with their last year, with their recent form, with their last week, and then last year, recent form last week, and then recent form last week. It looks at all of that stuff, puts them all into totals, and whatever that total is for whatever that combination is, that's how it's figured out. That's what point total goes right in here. I'm sure I lost some of you guys there, but basically all it's doing is it's looking to see what is the most common performance trend for top 10 golfers in this salary range. Hideki Matsuyama at the Genesis was at the top. But then you look at someone like Hadwin down here, or even Zalatoris in the middle. Now here's the thing. This is what I've learned. You just take like the top 6. Whatever like a common point total is over here. You see how 18 kind of cuts between 15 and 18? But I don't want to not include 18 because then it would just be these 2 golfers I'd be looking at, and I don't think that's enough. So I grabbed these golfers here. If you rewatch my Genesis Invitational video, I say you want to select at least one of these guys, no more than 2. And then on top of that, I'm like, but in the buckets, the bucket system says we want somewhere between 1 to 3 7K golfers. So I said, if you're only selecting 1 golfer from here, you're open to select 1 to 2 golfers from here. Like that was available to you. So if you only liked 1 golfer, and I went through this during the Genesis Invitational. Encourage you to go watch that during the 7K bucket combination because I was on something that week. Matsuyama, perfect. I even said I liked Will Zalatoris, and you want to know the weird thing that I said? I'm like, how did where did I go with this? It was like, I really like Zalatoris or Connors, or I like English or someone else. I can't remember what it was. It's like, holy crap. I could have had Zalatoris, English, and Matsuyama because I told you my favorite guy from these 6 golfers were Matsuyama. I said, I'm most likely going to do Matsuyama and Zalatoris. And I might even put like Harris English in it. It was nuts. I rewatched and I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Got it figured out. That's cool. So if I go to the Cognizant Classic, I red listed Taylor Montgomery because you know me, I never played Taylor Montgomery. He was top of the list. Look at how many, like the amount of actually. Okay, yeah. There were a lot of 7K golfers. But look at how many numbers like went into this. So basically I found like kind of the most common cutoff, which was here, 27th or 27 points, because there's a big drop off between 22 and 27 where there really isn't a big drop off with any of these. I guess I could have went like this and just selected these. Now I didn't get the winner, but I would have told you the same thing. Choose 1 to 2 golfers from here. 1 to 2. Yes, Alex Noren was in the SweetSpot Optimal. Just to go back and look at the SweetSpot Optimal. Go back to the Arnold Palmer the Cognizant Classic. Alex Noren was in the SweetSpot Optimal as a 7K golfer, remember? But he was $8,200. I actually don't even have a 7K golfer outside of Noren, so it was just him. And I think if we go back and we look at the video of Cognizant, I think I also said 1 to 3 7K golfers. Well, could have got you on Noren. And oh, by the way, Eckroat was what, $6,700? But he would be in the 7K range as well. In a normal week, he'd have been a 7K golfer. So we would have had 2 7K golfers, Noren, as well as Eckroat. And just like at the Genesis, if I pull up the Genesis as well, we kind of do like this little number. So you see the result here. We had 1 guy from the top. Eckroat here was in the middle. That's kind of like our Zalatoris man, the Zally man from the Genesis. Right there. That's where Eckroat was. And then we had Hadwin kind of down at the bottom. Yet Van Rooyen down at the bottom. Those are things I'm looking at this week, by the way, when it comes to the 7K combo buckets. So why don't I just bring that up? Why don't we just talk about the 7K combo buckets for this week, this upcoming week? And then we get in the bucket system, then we get in the Marquee Tee Times, and then we start building some lineups. I know it's been a journey so far. Okay. Here we go. So there's a big cutoff. 19 to 13. I don't like that necessarily. I'd rather, to be honest, maybe it works out. I highlighted these to talk about it this way, but maybe we just look at these top 3 and we select one of them and only one of them. I don't know how I really feel about that because I kind of want to go down to this 11 and up, it just adds a bigger list, and it also kind of lets you, it limits who you can choose. Quite frankly, I rather choose this. So these 5 golfers and these 5, I'll talk about these 5 golfers later, but really just those 5, select one. Just select one. Somewhere between 1 to 2. Let's keep it consistent with previous weeks. 1 to 2. Doesn't really matter who it is. Kitayama won last year without any course history, so Jake Knapp certainly can do it. But I kind of like Keegan Bradley. You haven't heard of Keegan Bradley in a while. I kind of like Keegan Bradley this week. If it was my choice, Keegan would be my Hideki Matsuyama from a couple weeks ago. Keegan Bradley, I'm not sure who I like in the middle, but a lot of people during the Genesis were on, they were on Will Zalatoris. A ton of people this year are on Eric Cole. So maybe it's Eric Cole. I kind of like Matt Pavon and Benny Ann. These 2 guys here, Ann and Pavon, would be my choice for this column, like right here. I'm not sure who I'm going to go with. And then down here, every single week I've been doing the 7K combo buckets, someone from the top 5 or from the bottom 5 finishes inside the top 10. I don't know who it is yet. My sights are on Adam Scott because I think it's a perfect fit here. But wouldn't it be something if it was like Siwoo Kim? Or even Shane Lowry, who finished really well last week? I will say this. If I'm choosing Knapp, I'm not choosing Lowry. And that's primarily because of the last week bucket. They both were 4th last week. That's going to be extremely rare to have both of them finish inside the top 10, or even both of them be in the optimal lineup. It'd be extremely rare. Everyone else is pretty fair game with whoever you want to choose. If I'm being quite honest. I don't see a real issue. Maybe Brian Harmon. Like, I don't really want to play Brian Harmon this week. But I don't mind Højgaard, English, Bradley, Knapp. I don't mind Chris Kirk, who didn't really finish super great last week, although playing really well. I don't mind Siwoo Kim. I don't mind Shane. I don't mind Carnes, and I don't mind Scott. But if it was my choice, if I'm selecting 3 golfers from here, it's going to be Bradley, it's going to be Benny Ann, and it's going to be Adam Scott. And they give me a wide range of golfers that aren't in the same buckets. I like those 3 7K golfers. Kind of my choice. Yes, I agree, Ryan. Kirk is very interesting at the bottom. I see some of you guys saying here. Did you guys get in the giveaway? No, you did not. So John. Dennis. I remember your name, Dennis. Who else said here? AJ, you're already in there though. Trying to get a second one. Didn't want to miss out, did you? Okay. So yeah, that's kind of my thought process when it comes to those 7K golfers. And it could be whatever choice. The bucket system doesn't give you the exact answers, but it gives you what would be the best way of saying it? Basically, to me, what the bucket system has always been is it gives you conditionals. It gives you a max that you can select from, and sometimes it gives you a minimum as to what you want to play. It gives you a range that you want to stay within. You wouldn't want to go with 6 of these guys. You wouldn't want to go with 6 of another type. You want to select 1 to something. So it gives you limitations, and limitations, to be quite honest, is more freeing than having all the options in the world. So those are your 7K combo buckets. I'm just going to close the other ones. Actually, I'm just going to close Cognizant. I want to refer back to the Genesis Invitational whenever I can. But yes, let's move on. An hour 30. This is usually where we start building lineups. Let's go over the bucket system really quick. Again, this is available to you on the cheat sheet. And just to remind you how to read it. So if I go into the cheat sheet, we were just talking about the pricing conversion. Cheat sheet, again, can be found in the description, a link to it in the description of this video. So basically, you're going to be looking at the same thing I'm looking at. You're going to have the same numbers in here that I'm looking at. Here's my sheet right here. So you see that I'm not screwing around and picking the wrong one. What I like, okay, to read this, so when you're on the cheat sheet, to read this, I've got 6 stat combinations, or 6 stats that I have buckets for. Last year, last week, course history, recent form, salary, and strokes gained. There are 6 buckets for each of those stats. And within each of those buckets, we have ranges, projections, I should say. Now, those projections are how many golfers I'm forecasting or I'm projecting to be inside the top 10. That's all those projections are. So for this first one, last year ones, I am projecting somewhere between 2. Remember, we round down with the minimum here, and we round up with the maximum. Now, why I don't round up or round down for you guys is so you can see the raw number behind it. And I want you to see the raw number so it gives you just an idea, like, oh, 2.03 is really close to being under 2. I don't know if I'm comfortable playing 2 golfers who top 20'd this event last year. That's fair. I got no issue with that, because I agree with you. I have this like conservative projection over here. This is a max projection, 2.86. Here's one of the weird rules I have. This projection normally would just say 2 to 4. But I combine my sweet spot ranks, and what it will do is it'll give me a more rounded projection for our max projection, like a more conservative projection. And this now says 2.86. Here's another rule to all of this. So John, I know you're new to the channel. I could leave the projections as is, 2 to 4. But the fact that this is under 3, I always want a 2-point buffer between your minimum and your maximum projection. And because this conservative projection is less than 3, remember, we always round up with our maximums. This becomes 3. This number right here becomes 3. Meaning the minimum always has to be 1 now. So 2.86 rounds up to 3. That's our new max, or that's not our new maximum, but that's the conservative maximum. I want, if there was a conservative minimum, which I would include with this, I want that to be my new minimum. And just so you know, I built that into the optimizer right here. The optimizer, by the way, you guys can have access to by emailing me at SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. I have my emails up. If you want this optimizer, I will send it to you. It has all of the bucket conditionals in here. And again, I'll go over them. But again, how you read it, 2 to 4, but guess what? Our conservative maximum becomes 3. That makes this 1 to 4. That's what the new projection is, 1 to 4. And you can't see this. I'll add this next week. Moving forward, you'll have access to all the other stuff that I have with this. But you don't have access to it right now. So yes, that's how that reads. And again, I'm not going to go over each one of these buckets. Instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a filter on this. And I'm going to go into this max projection and put greater than or equal to 2. That will limit, and basically all that this does is make sure that this bucket over here, or the minimum, is 1 or more. Now, the other thing I want to do is just look at buckets that have a small number of golfers in them, which is kind of difficult because they're all short numbers. I think what I'm just going to do is not look at these 3 buckets. So I'm going to put another filter right here, and I'm just going to go less than or equal to 24. It's going to be the number. And that'll get rid of all the other buckets. We are not going to look at salary buckets, but you can see what those buckets are. 9K, 8K, and 7K. Everyone shows 1 to 3. Now 7K also says 1 to 3. But this is probably less than 2. Yeah, it's less than 2 technically. So this would actually be 0 to 3 for me. And I think I have that in here in the optimal, or in the optimizer. Yeah, 0 to 3. But we already know I'm going to play a 7K golfer. Probably going to be Keegan Bradley, but I will have a 7K golfer. And it's probably going to be 2 7K golfers, to be honest with you. But that's what the 7K range says. You can play anywhere between 0 to 3. Again, we're not talking about salaries. We're going to talk about these other buckets, and we're just going to go through them really fast. So last week, 1, 2, and 5. Interesting. So let's look at last year ones. It starts with Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, and Patrick Cantlay, your 10K golfers. So that's easy, right? Ryan, you have not missed the Marquee Tee Times. That'll come out right after this. Right after this. Adam Scott might be chalky, but you think it's a nice, or he fits nice? Yeah, he could be chalky. And hey, if that is the case, I think I just gave you some good pivots to go to. That makes sense statistically. English, I like that a lot. Okay. Good, good, good. Oh, Boiler Bits is here. Haven't seen you in a while, Boiler Bits. What's going on, man? Okay. 10K golfers. 9Ks. I mean, so the projection is 2 to 4, but really it's 1 to 4. Yeah. We're going to have one guy from here finish us at the top 10. I think that's you know, 12 golfers here. I don't know what my odds would be. I don't know how much money I would win, but I'd put $100 that at least one guy finishes inside the top 10. I probably would only make $1, but it'd be the easiest dollar of my life, honestly. One guy from this bucket will finish inside the top 10. And it wouldn't surprise me if up to 4 finish inside the top 10. That is the max projection is 4. Now, I think because the price tags are so expensive, you might not be able to play 4 golfers in your lineup. So don't try to slam in 4. Just slam in, I mean, 1 for sure, if not 2, maybe 3. Because how likely, I mean, I could see Scotty and Rory finishing inside the top 5. You can't play those guys together unless the rest of the top 10 is nothing but 6K golfers. And maybe sprinkle in some 7Ks. I don't think that's going to happen. So I wouldn't suggest starting your lineups building that way. But some of these are also in the Marquee Tee Time, so we'll keep an eye on that. The next bucket would be last year 2s, I believe. Yeah, last year 2s, and that projection is 1 to 3. So as we take a look here, Schauffele, oh great. I started with Scheffler Oberg in my lineups. That sexy lineup that I had built before jumping on stream. Scheffler Oberg, I already won the GPP. I've already determined it. I've already won it because that lineup is so good. But if you wanted to pivot, like say Xander, you know, you think Xander's going to have high ownership, pivot to Oberg. If you think Oberg's going to have high ownership, pivot to Justin Thomas. Maybe you think both of those guys, or all 3 of them, are going to be highly owned. Okay? Well, you got a whole other list of golfers you can choose from right here. I don't really care. You know me. I don't really care about ownership. I rather care about constructing my lineups the way that the bucket system, just the whole sweet spot process follows. I naturally just get on low-owned golfers that way. I just don't, I hate, you want to know what projected ownership is when you play game theory? You're the best loser. That's what you are. Because you have to hope for someone else to play worse than you. That's what you're hoping. You're hoping the guys that own the most amount of, like the highest ownership guys, the people who are playing the highest ownership guys, you are hoping they're wrong. That's what you're doing. You have no idea if they're wrong. No idea. But you're hoping they're going to be wrong. And that's just being the best loser. It's also being the guy who can't get the girl, but waiting for her to go through all of the bad dudes in order to come to you. That's also another way to look at it. I don't think anyone's ever done that on for fantasy golf, but that's how I'm going to look at it. That's what I'm going to equate it to. Yes, YouTube, I'm still listening. Jeez. Anyways, moving on. I think that's fine. Going to the next bucket, last year 5s. Now, this is the most interesting one. These are golfers who missed the cut last year. Now, technically, you can kind of see it already. This bucket is a 0 to 3. 0 to 3. That means it's not an anchor bucket. It's probably not even worth talking about. I even have that here as 0 to 3. So let's take a look. Maybe you guys like a guy from here, and I'm going to give you all the ammo to play that golfer. Some very good names. Sammy Burns, Colin Morikawa, Hideki Matsuyama, Brian Harmon, Benny Ann. I already said I kind of like Benny Ann this week, so hey, that works for me. These are guys who missed the cut. Hey, guess what? Minwoo Lee is down there. Do you need a reason to play Minwoo Lee? Here you go. Got one for you. Minwoo Lee, $6,600. Probably going to be, what, 24, 25% owned? Good reason to play him. He's in one of those. Now, it's not technically an anchor bucket because the conservative max projection is less than 2. That means the minimum always has to be 0. Hey, that's there. Patrick Rogers, that was also in my Rod was also in my dummy lineup. I had him, Minwoo. Who else did I have? Anybody? No, I didn't. So hey, and who knows, maybe this is going to be another Hideki Matsuyama. You know, he might like money, and the signature event gives out a lot of money for first place. What is the most common? Oh, I wish I had that. What is the most common combination that goes with the last year bucket? Like a missed cut. Because I would love to see what that is. You know, just to see if with course history, does it matter if it's, you know, like terrible course history? Let's take a look. Oh, you got 2 golfers right there. Missed cut last year with a missed cut and missed cut course history. This is 2023. Let's go 2022. None of your missed cut guys had missed cut averages for their course history. In fact, nobody inside the top 20 did. So 2022, not so great. 2021, Putnam, Corey Connors. Ooh, there's even more of a debate to be had to play Minwoo Lee. Joel Damon in 2020 fits that mold. He's not like those guys. Abe Answer would be, though. That's not a good finish. But then look at this, just so you guys see. There's even, look at that, Corey Connors with even more missed cuts. Like, Corey Connors did not figure this place out until he did. Interesting. Lashley's down here. I just want to show you guys these things. Phil Mickelson, yikes. That was 2020, 2019. Do we have anything like that? Nope. Scott Stallings down here. This is like me trying to find Minwoo. I'm looking at the exact same thing with Minwoo. There was Shane down there, Shane Lowry. Does he not play this tournament that well? We had Bud Colley in 2018 with a missed cut and a missed cut the year before, like a missed cut course average. That's what he'd been averaging. Same with Grayson Murray. So, I mean, hey, it's doable. But again, you also have Romerick Gomez, Cody Gribble, Kazire. And that's all that I have with price tags, but we can still do the last year course history thing. HV3, Han, Ruffles, Gomez, Heron, Weekly, Gomez again? Did I have 2 Gomez's or did I say Gomez and Gomez? Oh, that was from the year before. Anyways, just going through all of those things, we've seen a couple of those guys inside the top 10. Eric Cole actually fits that mold too, by the way. Cam Davis, Minwoo, Straka. I didn't mean to highlight Svensson. Lauer, Lee Hodges. I don't know. I mean, that's not like an indication that they're going to do well. It's just looking at the patterns, looking at the trends. And obviously, yeah, again, we can see that same bucket with the course history right here. So those are all interesting. Here's what I would say. I would tell you, don't play more than one of these guys in a lineup together. Because what did we just do? We just went through like 6 years of data. And how many did we see with a missed cut from the year before and an average miscut at this event inside the top 10 or even the optimal lineup? Was it just the 1 year? Yeah. Davis, Riley, and Mullinax. And by the way, Mullinax was not in the optimal lineup. I mean, can you even build? Yeah, I bet you could build a lineup. Scotty, Rory, Mullinax, Riley, Kitayama even, 6'8", go to 9'1". Nope, that's too expensive, 83. This is 49.6. So this lineup right here, could this taken down a GPP? It might have. That equals 565. Yeah, GPP scored 537. And it actually would have beat the Sweet Spot Optimal by half a point. So last year that would have worked. 2022, you had no such thing. Actually, no, you didn't have a such thing. No miscut and miscut average, but you did in 2021, and you could have played those guys together. Okay, so I take that back. I take that back. There is the possibility you could play Eric Cole with Min-Woo Lee, or Cam Davis, or Sepp Straka, or Lauer, or Hodges. Don't play more than 2 of those guys. Put it that way. Don't play more than 2 of those guys together. Just, if at most, select one of them. And remember, this bucket's 0 to 3. We're projecting 0 to 3 to be inside the top 10. So don't get too gung-ho. If anything, maybe it prevents you from playing too much Eric Cole and Min-Woo Lee lineups together. I imagine that'll be somewhat popular. And even if you wanted to get cute and play Cam Davis instead of Min-Woo Lee, again, just be careful. Be careful. That's all I'm saying. Be careful. If anything, I'll buy you a beer if you really want to do Eric Cole, Cam Davis, and Min-Woo Lee together. If they all finish inside the top 10 and I tell you that's never going to happen, I'll buy you a beer. I'll say, hey, my bad. It was like a less than 2% chance it was going to work or it was going to happen. But hey, your gut was right. Mine was not. So anyways, again, that's what the beauty of the bucket system is preventing you from making the wrong plays or the amount of wrong plays you could do, I suppose. Yeah, that's a way to think of it. Moving on. Course history 1 and 2. Those are your best course histories in the tournament or in the field. Course history 1 means you have top 20'd this event every single year you've played it. On average, not every single year, but on average. Oh, by the way, this projection 1 to 3, and the conservative projection even says 1 to 3. Scotty, Rory, Cantlay. Instead of a beer, I need a Crown and Coke for that. Okay, well, up here where I live, it's worth $5, so I could do that. But if it's like $9 plus, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do that. But yeah, Scotty, Rory, Cantlay. Any other reason why we shouldn't play a 10K golfer this week? Okay, I was like, I'm waiting for you guys to answer, but there's a 10-second delay between us. We also have Jordo, Homa, Cam Young, Im, and Kitayama. I don't think I'm going to play Kitayama at all this week, even at $7,300. This bucket is a 1 to 3 projection. There is the possibility he could finish inside the top 10. It just, I'm not comfortable playing him. I would much rather just fade him completely. Maybe play one lineup with him in it, but stick to someone. Look, listen, I think 100%. Let's say I build 100 lineups. There's 3 golfers here, right? 3 does not divide into 100 evenly. Instead, it divides into 99 evenly. So I could do 33, 33, 33 and leave one lineup where I'm not playing one of those guys in it. I just don't see how I'm not going to play a 10K golfer. And if I rank these, it is Scotty, Rory, 1, 2, and Cantlay as my third. And I'm going to put Cantlay, like, if I was doing ownership, it'd be 40, 40, or actually it'd be 40, 35, 20, and then 5% would just be, you know, non-10K golfers. I think that's how I would actually structure my lineups this week. I just don't see how there isn't a way that a 10K golfer doesn't win this event. Or isn't in the optimal. That's what the most important thing is. Remember, we're trying to win a GPP, not trying to find 6 golfers who win the tournament, because only one golfer can win the tournament, right? Isn't that the weirdest thing, that when people get like, they fight over, they squabble over, it's like, well, I don't see how that person can win. Well, it's possible that they could. Anyways, course history 1. Now, course history 2 is the same. 1 to 3 is our projection. I'm sorry, 1 to 4 is our projection. So 1 to 4 golfers from here could be, or are projected to be inside the top 10. I like Oberg. I know I've said that before. I like Oberg. Oh, by the way, there's JT. Oh, by the way, there's Xander. Remember how we were talking about those pivots? It almost feels like it's one of those 3 guys. One of these 3 guys to go with one of the 10K golfers. Just start your lineups there. You're probably going to be very profitable. Obviously, I've talked about Adam Scott. I like Adam Scott. I don't see my... Oh, there's Keegan. There's my boy Keegs. Remember, this projection's 1 to 4. So I could go Scott, Keegan, Oberg as my as 3, and then go to the 10K golfers, and then fill up my lineup however the optimizer wants me to. Those could be 4, and I actually don't even know what the Marquee Tee Times are off the top of my head. I've done them, but I don't remember what they are on the top of my head. But there's a lot of interesting golfers here. Fleetwood, by the way, super interesting. Actually, does my dummy lineup work? It has those guys in it right there. Oberg, Fleetwood, Scott, Minwoo, and Glover. Is Glover or Minwoo here? They are not. There we go. Dummy lineups is looking like it's working. Just more reason that's going to win all the monies. Then we have what? Recent Form 1. So we're off course history, going to recent Form 1. Lots of anchor buckets to talk about, by the way. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy as an Oberg, by the way. This projection says 1 to 3. Like how we read this is 1 to 3. It is dangerously close to being 0 to 3. But it's definitely confident at least one of these guys is going to be inside the top 10. Maybe 2, maybe 3. What can go wrong? What can go wrong? A lot of things can go wrong, but holy crap. I mean, by the way, Xander's there just as many times as Oberg is. Guys, now this is a good reason maybe not to play Scotty Scheffler. It's definitely a possibility not to play Scotty and instead go like Xander Scott, Oberg Scott, or any of the combination. Remember, it's 1 to 3, very dangerously 0 to 3. It would never be 0 to 2, but it could be 0 to 3. So you can play up to 3, which I'm feeling very confident about. 1 to 2. So yeah. Salaries 987, strokes gain 13. So now we talk about our strokes gain stats. Oh yeah, we don't even have to. Okay, hold on. You really want to just look at strokes gain stats? Just top to bottom. Sort it top to bottom. You can see it's all color coordinated. So when it comes to strokes gain 1, holy moly. The projection's 2 to 5. 2 to 5. And that's because it's our best golfers. 2 to 5. Oh, wow. Rory's up there. Cantlay's up there. That's crazy. Oberg, Schauffele. Those are golfers we haven't talked about. Neither have we talked. We didn't talk about Fleetwood. We didn't talk about Scott or Keegan whatsoever. Like, we didn't talk about any of those guys. So it's weird that they're also in these anchor buckets that we're looking at. Weird. 2 to 5, by the way. And then what do we have down here? Strokes gained 3. This is a 1 to 3, dangerously close to being 0 to 3, by the way, just so you understand that. Let's see who's in the strokes gained 3 bucket. Let's just scroll down. Oh no, not Scotty. Scotty, like what? We have not talked about Scotty at all in this video whatsoever. We've not talked about JT at all. Really, we haven't talked about the rest of the guys. But hey, Corey Connors, there's a reason not to play Keegan Bradley. Maybe it's Corey Connors because of this. Remember, I'm talking about the 7K combo buckets, right? Actually, Keegan's at the top. It's Adam Scott. So if there's not a reason to play Adam Scott, perhaps this would be a reason to play Corey Connors down here at the bottom. Keegan, Connor Scott. This is kind of shaping up. Like I said, man, like when I was looking at all this stuff, oh, it looks so good. All right. I have no idea who's still watching. What I normally have is how many people come into the stream. Okay, I have it up. Cool. Let's look at the Marquee Tee Times. See, Marquee Tee Times, we're at the... Where's my stream? 2 hour, just right at the 2 hour mark? 2:01, okay. Marquee Tee Times. So for those that are new to the chat, new to this channel, I always like to say welcome, first of all. Secondly, what the Marquee Tee Times are, I have analyzed since the oh my god, I always forget. What was the year that Mickelson won the PGA Championship? 2022 PGA Championship? Since that time, or was it 2021? I've looked at all of the Marquee Tee Times from that moment on, and I have found out that 90% of golfers in the Marquee Tee Times, and by the way, this is an arbitrary number to me. I look at the top 9 groups, and I'm going to be completely transparent with you. I only look at the top 9 groups because Excel only gives me the opportunity to look at the top 9 groups. But when I first started this out, I was looking at the top 10 groups. So I included one more group. So I'm pretty consistent when it comes to 9 or 10. Since the time I've been tracking this, in 90% of Marquee Tee Times, you have somewhere between 2 to 4 golfers that finish inside, not so much the top 10. They're in the optimal lineup. The best lineup you can possibly build. 2 to 4. You want to know how this helps us? Like, how does this help us build lineups? Well, one, if I'm highlighting the top 9 groups, all of the groups are in twosomes this week, by the way. So that kind of throws a little wrinkle into it, but they're all in twosomes. That means 9 groups are selected, 2 golfers each, 18 golfers total. I'm shrinking your pool considerably. Considerably. And I'm only saying you can select 2 to 4 golfers. Now, here's the other thing. You can't pair golfers up together. And if you want more proof to that, I'm going to go to the 18T Pebble Beach Pro-Am and show you. This one already has a filter on it. Let's look at the Marquee Tee Times here. These were by twosomes as well. Now, this was a Pro-Am, so that means they were golfing with other golfers in there. So there were 4 golfers total, but 2 pro golfers. A little bit different. I admit that. It's a little bit different. See the little black tick marks here? That means optimal lineup. You see how there's only 2? There's only 2. From the 18T Pebble Beach Pro-Am, which is a comp to this because they're both signature events. They both have nearly the same amount of golfers. This had 79 golfers, where we have 69 this week. But you take a look. Only 2 in the optimal lineup. Now, we can look even further than that. You see how the blue? The blue is the GPP winning lineup. Wyndham Clark, Ludwig, Scheffler, Morikawa. None of them playing together. None of them played together Thursday, Friday. And that's what I'm looking at, Marquee Tee Times. Oh, by the way, we can even go a little bit further and look at SweetSpot optimals. The SweetSpot Optimal would have taken down the GPP. There were 3. We could have selected 3 golfers. So I'm not, like, the Pebble Beach Pro-Am gives you a really good idea. Oh, hey, there were only 2 optimal lineup golfers in the Marquee Tee Times. So of the 18 golfers that were selected, there are only 2 were in the optimal lineup. But you know what? Optimal is going to be too difficult to get to because you got to get really cute in order to hit the optimal lineup. Fair, fair. Well, how about the GPP winning lineup? There were only 4, and none of them played together. But hey, if you want a better lineup than that, that follows the process that I'm talking about today in all of my videos, there were 3. None of them played together. Do you want more proof? Let's go to the Genesis Invitational, where Hideki Matsuyama was your winner. I'm going to go ahead and look at the Marquee Tee Times here. These are all grouped by 3, so it's a little bit different. Very similar field, same cut. If I just select all 3 golfers by, in groups. 1 optimal lineup golfer, 2 optimal lineup golfers, 3 optimal lineup golfers, none of them played together. None of them played together. Now, you can make the argument that, oh yeah, there's a 4th place finish and a 10th place finish in one group. Yeah, you could pair those guys up together and win some money, sure. We had a 10th and a 19th, maybe, but Scotty was 11-5, so maybe not. Oh yeah, you could probably put Adam Hadwin with Cam Young together. You could have, but I tracked the optimal. I tracked the GPP. I tracked the SweetSpot Optimal, and none of them had golfers paired together. That's 2 signature events that I'm showing you from this year with limited field events that didn't have golfers paired up together. Okay? I'm giving you the data. I'm giving you the option to look at all this stuff. And when we look at the API, and again, let me add one more thing. I can hear some of the people that I've had arguments with in the past talk to me right now. Well, that doesn't mean this year it can't happen. You're right. You're right. This year it could happen. You want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play the number game. If 90% of lineups or 90% of tournaments, and to name it a different way, if 90% of Marquee Tee Times, the top groups in the tournament, if 90% of them don't have golfers paired together in the optimal lineup, then why would I pair golfers from the same tee time? Why would I? Just to be 10% right? Just to be on that 10% chance? No, I'm going to play the number game. 90%. That's what I'm going to deal with. And then the other thing to go with that too is 2 to 4. So that means I don't want to just select 1 guy from the Marquee Tee Times, and I certainly don't want to select 5 guys from the Marquee Tee Times. 4 is the max, and I rarely ever get to 4. 2 is the minimum. I usually play 2 and 3. 2 to 3 is usually what I do. Well, here we go. Scheffler and Burns. If Shot Like Harden's here, he's crying because he loves Scheffler and Burns together, and he followed the SweetSpot process. He usually likes to play those guys together. Can't do it. I mean, you can. Go for it. I'm not going to do it. And it kind of gives me more... they're best friends, by the way. Scheffler and Burns, best friends. Not best friends. They're good friends. I just like Burns that much more. Or not Burns, Jesus. Oh, that's a Freudian slip. Maybe I do like Burns more. Well, I like Scheffler a lot this week. Number 1 in the model, best golfer in the world. Ooh, super hard to make him your favorite golfer to select. But Scheffler I like. And if you want to be contrarian, there you go. Be with Burns. That's fine. Xander and Spieth. That's interesting. The most fidgety golfers on tour are playing together. This is the fidget squad. If we're gonna nickname stuff, let's nickname this the fidget squad, because you will not see more pre-shot movement than these 2 golfers together. It's crazy. If you really want to be contrarian, Wyndham Clark and Tom Kim. Where's my boy Byron? Back 9 bets. I would almost jump on Tom Kim train this week. Thomas the Train. I might. Or Thomas the Tank Engine. Just to, like, how funny would that be? I've been just like ragging him about being on Tom Kim. I kind of feel it this week. Maybe it's a Tom Kim week. How funny would that be? If he comes into the chat and I go, hey, we're gonna make let's make another beer bet. I think Tom Kim will finish inside the top 10 this week. How funny would that be? And he finished inside the top 10. It would grind his gears so much. That'd be so funny. Morikawa and McIlroy, that's a sexy group. McIlroy and Morikawa, I like them both, and I actually like them playing together. I think what Rory can do for Morikawa is try to stretch his game out, as in trying to hit the ball further. McIlroy will be so much further than Morikawa in the fairway that as a competitive golfer, what it'll do, yeah, you're right, AJ Love, small hands, Tom Kim. As a competitive golfer, you see someone blast a golf ball way ahead of you. You want to know what you really want to do? Stick it closer on your approach. No, nothing better than seeing that with an approach golfer like Morikawa. Now, as another competitive golfer, I usually hit the ball further than other people. If I see an iron player hit a shot close to the hole, it hones in my game too. I think there's nothing better than this group. This group I might actually circle. Like if I'm making Scheffler lineups, I might consider Morikawa. If I'm not making Scheffler lineups, that's fine. I'll probably stick with Rory. Like those two guys together it's difficult for me not to want to play them. I like that a lot. I like it a lot. Hovland and not Morikawa. Hovland and Fowler. Interesting, right? Favorites of the game, both from Oklahoma State University. Both love to rock the orange. I don't care for either of them this week. Lots of people are talking up Hovland. He's so good out of the rough. He's so good at this. He's been coming in with such great form. That's fine, guys. If you want to play Hovland, that's fine. That's fine. He's in a bunch of other buckets that are worthwhile that you should play him out of or for. Okay, course history. Finished inside the top 20 last year. He's in a lot of the buckets that we talked about. By all means, if you like Hovland, play him. I got no issue for that. Fowler, I wish I had more confidence in. I made a Ricky Fowler, Tom Kim bet with Byron last week because I was that confident that Fowler was going to play well. And he did until the last day. Last day, he kind of fell apart, but he was climbing the leaderboard. And guess what? He beat Tom Kim. So I got a beer bet out of Byron out of it because that's just how I felt, how confident I felt with Fowler. I don't know. If I felt like there was some kind of magic with Fowler from last week, I would say all aboard. Like, yes, because I don't think anyone would probably look better in Arnie's vest than Ricky. Put on, I mean, it's a Puma brand. He's a Puma guy. I should be wearing my Arnold Palmer shirt right now. It's awesome. I love it. I just saw like my control room for YouTube just had a scene overlay happen. And I'm like, what the hell? My stream is like 2 hours behind. So not 2 hours. Actually, it's pretty darn close to 2 hours behind. It's like an hour and a half. Let's do roll call number 2. There's 24 people in the stream. You see all the Marquee Tee Times on the board. Here are all your golfers right here. I'll highlight them kind of like this. Oh my goodness. All right, here are your Marquee Tee Time guys. Of those golfers, which 2 are you going to play? Actually, no. Here's a great way to put in your lineup combinations. I'm going to be building lineups after this. For roll call number 2, what I want you to do, and this is going to give you an entry into the weekly giveaway. Give me 2 golfers from those Marquee Tee Times, and you will get entries into the weekly giveaway. Here, I'll put it back on the board. I want 2 to 4 golfers. Actually, no, just 2. Give me 2 golfers from the Marquee Tee Times. They cannot be playing together. Give me 2 you want to build your lineups around. Okay. 8 game. You shouldn't be texting while driving, but I understand. I'll just get you an entry. You don't have to you don't have to tell me. Just keep your eyes on the road, man. Yeah. I understand. And I mean, I can blow it up just a little bit bigger. I don't want you focusing on this while you're driving. There you go. Actually, this is better because it shows all the groups right there. By the way, the monster fans out there, this kind right here, not that great. Not that great. The ultra red or the ultra fantasy ruby red, not super great. Oh, talking to your phone. Shelly Carden, what's up, man? Did you see that your boy Scheffler and Burns are playing together? Sung J Sam Burns, okay. For those just coming into the chat, I'm giving you guys an opportunity to win, or not so much to win, I'm giving you an opportunity to enter your name into the giveaway more so than you could have been doing prior to. And what I mean by that is just by participating during the roll calls, because I have a roll call going on right now, give me 2 golfers from the selected golfers on the screen to build your lineups around. And you will get entries into the giveaway next week, and also the monthly giveaway. So 8 game, we already gave you kind of a reprieve. You do not need to be texting me while you're driving. Boiler Bits, actually Boiler Bits, you also said here, I imagine your stream was behind that, or you just wanted to catch up. So I'll give you an additional entry. That's fine. Lombardi Lee. Shelly Carden, you know what's funny? I told the chat once I saw the Marquee Tee Times, I'm like, yeah, Shelly Carden's not going to be happy. It's like I know you too well. You've been in the chat way too long. I know too much about you. Okay, I imagine people are behind with their streams, and just a reminder, there should be a little live button. Doesn't matter if you're on cell phone or if you are on desktop or tablet. You're gonna have the play button. Right next to it will say live. Click live. Live will get you caught up all the way to where I'm at right now. And you might have to do that multiple times during the stream because either YouTube is slow on your end or YouTube, there's a server lag or something. But you'll want to catch up that way. Jim, what's up, man? Love seeing all the member badges in the chat. That's awesome. Almost every one of you guys are. How about this? We are at 13 likes. Let's do the same thing. If I get to 25 likes by the end of the stream, I will give away 5 memberships to the channel. They are white tier memberships. I can't choose who gets them. It's random. It is random for all the people who are subscribed to the channel. We have 600 some subscribers. So again, if we can get this up to 25 likes, I will give away 5 free entries, or not entries, 5 memberships. Let me know. Burnsy and Fitzy. Okay. I like it. Okay. I will wait for the rest of you. I think some of you guys are probably on delay. It'd be interesting to see 25 people watching the channel and none of you guys trying to get a free entry into the giveaway. But let's move on. Let's start building some lineups. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes into this. This is the longest I've ever gone without building lineups. 220. Insane. Yeah, Homa is not in the Marquee Tee Times. Oh yeah, Ryan, you asked me a question. You got player pool of 14 for 20 max. How many Marquee Tee Times are you playing? Well, Ryan, I build lineups. Oh, I see what you guys are doing. So for those that are, I know you guys probably see the roll call thing. I'm not asking you to say here. I'm asking you to give me 2 golfers from the Marquee Tee Times that you want to, did we do Jim? I think Jim and Josh, you might be way behind. I'll just put Josh there for now. To answer your question, Ryan, going back to that again, sorry for being distracted. I am always playing Marquee Tee Time, guys. And I don't care if it's 2 to 4 in a small pool like that. I will let the optimizer do its work. Let it, pick up to 4, because I want to follow the buckets to the rules that I have it set at. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep it like that. FR Leader, what's going on, man? Nice to see you. Okay. So, I don't really think there's an AM PM wave. I will keep this on for you guys, but I'm going to tell you right now what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the same thing I did with Hideki Matsuyama. I am going to have the optimizer basically choose one of these guys up here. Man, I kind of want to include list up. Is this 7? This is 8. Is 8 too much? Oh, I kind of want... Oh my god, hold on, let me look. I'd said from Kirk up, and that's 6. And we had how many? 20? Are there 20 here? Yes, there's 20. So 6 on up. Six up. Would it have made sense to go like Keegan Bradley up? Would that be 8? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Dang it. I don't know. I might be getting too cute. Like, I think I just leave it like this. I could see one of these guys being inside the top 10 and then one of these guys being inside the top 10. Okay. Those were the 7K combo buckets I was looking at. I was just trying to compare it to the Genesis and trying to figure out the best way. Highlight the times again, please. And if you want, if you're on desktop, I mean, you can also look at this through Google Sheets. I do have a link in the description that'll get you to the cheat sheet. The cheat sheet, you will be able to look at the Marquee Tee Times that way. Don't add Cole and Jaeger. I probably won't, to be honest with you. John Bizzle. Nope, that's not where I want to be. Where's the giveaways? All right, let's move that all the way over here. Josh, okay, we got you in there. John Bizzle. Did we add Phillip? Yeah, we added Phillip. AJ Love, we did not add though. Cool. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and find The very first lineup consideration, and I think we're gonna go with Gabe. Gabe says my two are Morikawa and Cam Young, so we're gonna build Gabe since he is a subscriber. By the way, I am building lineups for you guys now, and I asked you to give me two golfers you'd like me to build lineups around that you're gonna, or two golfers from the Marquee Tee Times that you want to play. That was my way of getting you to give me lineup considerations. I think that's super smart. I might do that from now on going forward. If you have other lineup considerations that you would like me to build lineups around, let me know. Leave them in the chat right now. Leave 2 to 4 golfers you'd like me to build lineups around. I hope you select based off of everything we discussed leading up to this point. And even if you're just stopping in right now, like jumping into the chat right now, I understand you haven't watched the whole video. We'll talk about it when we get there, but what I hope is what you've learned from the whole SweetSpot process is not to pair up too many golfers from the same buckets together, and definitely not golfers from the same Marquee Tee Times. So that is kind of how we're going to go about this and build lineups. This lineup right here is my most favoritist lineup of all time. I already know that. I don't know if it can get any better. No pressure, but that's just how I feel, and I'm sticking to it. And I'm going to save it, by the way, because I don't want to lose it. Change these all to 100%. And by the way, if you want access to this optimizer, send me an email at sweetspotdfs@gmail.com. I do have my emails up right now. I do see FR Leader asking for it. Oh yeah, Daniel Bold, I am so sorry. I did not see you asking for it. I will send it to you as well. And by the way, if you are interested in doing a Puerto Rico Open deep dive, we can do that at the end of the video. Daniel Bold, I am sending your optimizer right now. I see you emailed me twice. Don't worry. I am adding it right now. Cool. Okay. Save. We're saving that lineup. He wants to see, Gabe wants to see Morikawa. Let's see here. Hold on. Where'd it go? And Cam Young. Okay. I don't have my normal setup. I had to clear the cookies out of my work computer. Usually I pull up my stream there and I can see the chat when I'm looking left. But right now, like when I look right, that's where I'm looking at chat. Like if I'm looking this way, and then I have another monitor over here where I also have chat and a different thing. Duped. That's fair. You go ahead and you dupe that because that's a sexy ass lineup. You do that, man. All right, so Morikawa and Cam Young. We're building 5 lineups for Gabe. Like I said, 5 lineups for subscribers, 3 lineups for non-subscribers, and 10 lineups for members. So if you want to become a member, there should be a join button somewhere, whether it's on your phone. If it's on, in order for it to be on your phone, you need to have set up a payment, an authorized payment device or whatever you call it. Application, not application. An authorized payment source. You need to have that if you're gonna try to do it through your phone. Otherwise, you're gonna have to do it on desktop. Desktop will allow you to join the channel, and you will need to have, like I said, an authorized payment source. So it's $2 to join the red tier. You get the cool little badges that go with it, and then there are different perks for the different tiers. Josh Mads goes, I told myself I play Young no matter what in field. Been riding him every tournament, has not really paid off. Yes, I understand that. First lineup for Gabe is Scheffler, Morikawa, Young, Scott, McCarthy, and Cam Davis. I think that lineup's fine. There are so many lineup combos now. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. We'll cruise through them. Xander, Morikawa, Young, Benny Ann, Scott, and Ricky Fowler. That's a pretty good non-10K lineup. I like that. Like I said, maybe 5% of my lineups will have 0 10Ks in them. 95% of my lineups will have at least one 10K. Here's another good non-10K lineup. You've got Oberg, Morikawa, Young, Clark, Scott. So we're seeing a lot of Clark and Scott. Probably need to change that up. Remember, I have this set at 100% exposures just to give you guys a different look. I will tell this for Gabe. I personally don't like Wyndham Clark that much this week, so we are going to remove him from being selected. Like, why? 8,500? We can find better $8,500 golfers. Oh, by the way, Wyndham Clark during the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am was showing up a lot in my optimizer, and I had to shut it down. I'm like, nah, I don't like Clark this week. I don't want to play Clark. Again, all my videos are online. You can go watch the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. I'm positive I said that. Maybe I'm lying. I'm pretty sure I did, though. But you can see how I got it wrong with Wyndham there, because I did not want to play him that much. Small hands Tom Kim to go with Xander, Morikawa, Cam Young, Adam Scott, and Glover. I feel like this is a lineup. This is a lineup that would agitate Byron, and I love it. I'm here for it. Let's do it. Yeah, McCarthy just seems like a pretty cheap play. Close that down. Move that over. I'm going to turn this on just in case we get Byron in the chat. We'll see. And our first instance of Minwoo goes with Xander, Morikawa, Cam Young, Tom Kim, Adam Scott, Minwoo Lee. I'm for it. I like it. Got no issue with this one. This is lineup 5 for Gabe. Let's move on. I might bring Minwoo back and then kick out Xander because this might be too much Xander. Wow, here's a really balanced lineup. Morikawa, Fleetwood, Young, Kim, Benny Ann, Adam Scott. I kind of like that. Okay, so let's do one more. Let's kick out Adam Scott. And I want to see if a 10K golfer shows up. If not, we're going to make it select a 10K golfer. Okay, so it does, technically. Cantlay, Oberg, Morikawa, Young, Nick Taylor, and Adam Schenk. I don't mind that lineup. Those two 6K golfers alone would make your lineup so unique that it wouldn't be duped, first of all. They're not bad plays this week. Schenk, I actually like on Bermuda. I'm not sure about Nick Taylor. Yeah, whatever. Not bad. All right, I want to see at least one Rory or Scotty. Yeah, we bring in Patrick Rogers. All right, so I'm gonna bring back Minwoo. Actually, let's just bring back. Yeah, I don't want that much Denny. Minwoo's fine. Patrick Rogers is fine, and Lucas Glover's fine. And we're gonna make it select one 10K golfer. So for Gabe's last 3 lineups, we're gonna have a 10K golfer. Cantlay, Morikawa, Fleetwood, Young, Yeager, and Schenk. Okay. I'm cool. I'm cool with that. 10, 9, 8, 8, 7, and then a 6. That's crazy. We add Grillo and Taylor Moore. That's fine. How about this? We want a 10K golfer not named Cantlay. This is the last lineup for Mr. Gabriel Brown. And we get Scotty, Morikawa, Young, Bradley, Eckroat, Brendan Todd. There we go. That's a good GPP lineup. All right, so those were Gabe's lineups. Let's move on to the next one. Need to move this in. Actually, how about this? We'll move this over here. Daniel Bold, do you want me to build an Oberg Zalatoris Grillo lineup? I'll pin that to the chat. You tell me as I search for the next one after this. I can build that lineup if you want. I am not seeing any lineups. If I skip past your lineup, just let me know in the chat and I can build you another one. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. You said Oberg, Zalatoris, Grillo, and maybe mix in Minwoo Lee. Okay. Here we go. This is actually the next one. So, let's do that. Oberg, Zalatoris, Grillo. And I will let the optimizer select Oberg if possible. We'll create 10 lineups here for Daniel Bold because he is a member. And I'll actually click off the 10K because I don't want it to always select it. But here you go. Cantlay, Oberg, Zalatoris, Henley, Grillo, and McCarthy. That's a lot of McCarthy still. Lineup 1. We'll go ahead and just kick him out. Lineup 2, Cantlay, Oberg, Zalatoris, Benny Ann, Ricky Fowler, and Emiliano Grillo. Not terrible. Actually, I like it. Maybe minus Ricky. That's lineup 2. I'm kicking Ricky out. And oh, by the way, you can let me know if you don't want these lineups. You don't want me to boot these guys out. Bring it back, and I will. I can bring those golfers back and build lineups with them in it. This one is Cantlay, Oberg, Zalatoris, Henley, Grillo, and Cam Davis. I actually do like that one. That's lineup 3. We replace, who was that? Cam Davis with Glover. That's fine. Lineup 4. That was lineup 4. There we go. Here's a Minwoo lineup. Cantlay, Oberg, Zalatoris, Henley, Grillo, and Minwoo Lee. So there's a sprinkle of Minwoo in there, but I will open up Minwoo again, and we will cut out Cantlay and just see what the optimizer does. Oberg, Zalatoris, Cam Young, Russell Henley, Jake Knapp. First time seeing Knapp. That's pretty cool. So let's just change it up a little bit. Let's select a 10K golfer not named. Patrick Cantlay. That was lineup 5, or was that lineup 6? Was that lineup 6? Yeah, that was lineup 6. This is lineup 7. McElroy, Oberg, Zalatoris, Knapp, Grillo, and Adam Schenk. I like that lineup too. That's a pretty good one. McElroy and Knapp in there. That's awesome. Add Taylor Moore. I won't count that one. Here's an interesting one. McElroy, Oberg, Zalatoris, Grillo, and Nick Dunlap. Sure. I don't mind that. It's lineup 8. It's pretty interesting. McElroy, Oberg, Zalatoris, Knapp, Grillo, and Brennan Todd. I don't mind that. That's number 9. And our last lineup, I didn't save 2 of them. We had Nick Taylor. Let's do one more. How about I make it select Scotty Scheffler? I just want to see one Scheffler lineup. breaks. Is that because Scheffler's... No, Scheffler's playing with Burns. Must be in a different... I imagine it's in a different bucket that's causing this to happen. Let me clear out all the golfers down here and see, maybe it will select someone. Nope. I don't know why, but it does not like Scheffler to go along with that combo of golfers, which is very interesting. Okay. Moving on to the next one. Eight game I saw, you said I just had so many typos in the first message I deleted it. I saw that a message was retracted. I didn't guess. Xander Cantlay when we get there. You got it, Nathan. You still in the chat, by the way? Jim, I see your message. I'm sitting at 78% Minwoo, 78% Rory, and 70% EVR. Hey, it could work out. Sholly Carden says I'm going like 75% Scotty. I don't mind that. Josh can't give up now. Oh, that's what Sholly Carden said. Chef Cantlay is John Bizzle. Is that what you want? You want a Scheffler Cantlay lineup? I can do that. All right. Nathan Johnson, Xander Cantlay, the Ugly Brothers, right? Is that what the nickname is? I like it though. And Nathan is a member, so we're going to build him 10 lineups. We have Cantlay, Schauffele, Kim, Benny Ann, Adam Scott, Denny McCarthy. That's lineup one. Again, it appears Denny's probably the best 6K value in my model. And that's probably why he's going to be chosen over Minwoo, which is kind of interesting. Maybe that's why we go to Denny McCarthy instead of Minwoo. Like, if you want a good pivot, maybe that's your guy. Cantlay, Schauffele, Kim, Benny, and Scott. Yeah, sure. I'll save that one. I like that one. All right. Cantlay, Schauffele, Henley, Benny, and Scott Fowler. Don't really care for that one. Okay, Cantlay, Schauffele, Clark, Benny Ann, Scott Glover. Sure. Does anyone know if this comps to the FedEx St. Jude? I haven't looked into it, but if it does, Lucas Glover won there. Cantlay, Schauffele, Fleetwood, Benny Ann, Adam Scott, and Adam Schenk. I like that lineup a lot. I like it a lot. That's a really good one. That's what, lineup number 3? Let's kick out Adam Scott. He's going to be owned so much in these lineups. I'm seeing both, Jim. Am I seeing live chat or top chat? I actually have 2 chats in front of me. One is from my software, my streaming software, and the other one's from YouTube. So I'm scrolling up, looking at the oldest messages while simultaneously looking at your guys' messages that are just coming in. So I'm looking at both. Did I miss yours? Did you put something in chat that I missed? Because I think Nathan's next, and I don't see you weren't in the messages earlier. Anyways, moving on. Cantlay, Schauffele, Clark, Benny Ann, Jaeger, and Grillo. That's a sexy lineup. That was lineup number 4. Interesting. Lineup 5 has the Harry Ish in it. I don't mind that. I really don't. Cantlay, Schauffele, Clark, and English, Cam Davis. John Bizzle. Yep. Okay. Sounds good. Scotty, Cantlay, and Bradley. I will get to your lineups. I'm doing it in order right now. So whoever gave me lineups earlier in chat, I'm working my way down through all of those. But I will get to yours for sure. I get through everyone's by the end of the night. Here we go. Minwoo to go with the Harry Ish, Benny Ann, Wyndham Clark. Oh man, I Okay, Wyndham Clark. Also, we need to put you on a timeout, man. I don't want to play that much Wyndham Clark. That was lineup number 6, I think. Lineup 7, Cantlay, Shoffley, Fleetwood, and English Moore. That's fine. I'm not going to save it. I don't want more. Lineup 8 is Cantlay, Shoffley, Kim, Connors, and Taylor. Wow. 2 Canadians. I don't mind that. I do not mind that. Cantlay, Shoffley, Fleetwood, Benny Ann, Keegan Bradley, Brendan Todd. That's fine. That was lineup 9. And our last lineup for Mr. Nathan Johnson. Probably going to do another one because I don't care for this. Okay, that's a lot of English and Benny Ann. Let's move out Benny Ann. I might move out English, but just let's double check. I mean, that lineup there is not bad. And if you like it. I just want to see differences like this. Cantlay, Shoffley, Fleetwood, Cole, Yeager, and Justin Rose. Okay, I like that one. That one, it was different enough to be exactly what I was looking for. All right, Nathan. Got through the Xander Cantlay lineups. Hopefully you found one that was good in there. We can always build lineups at the end. More lineups at the end. Scrolling down through, let's see here. 8 game, I bought several of English cards for Rainmakers. I really like his fit here. That's awesome, dude. Rainmakers is fun and can be played for free profit. How many of you guys claimed your free pack and entered content? That's a good question too. I've participated in a couple things that, so I did the break. What was it called? Whatever that break, the ticket break, ticket break. I did the premiere one. I got Patton Kazire. And no Pat Kazire cards were picked. That was a waste. You want to know what wasn't a waste? Buying those event promo boxes for the Arnold Palmer. Just think about it. These are all golfers inside the top 60 that you can buy for $30. I pulled 2 Scotty Scheffler rare cards, both worth $83 each. So it's like, I mean, I bought 5 or 6 packs. I think about 6 packs. Those Scotty Schefflers pay for both of those. So, those aren't a waste. That ticket break, I get it. If you were to pull like somebody got Xander Shoffley, and I think 2 or 3 elite cards got chosen or got picked or that opened up to be Xander Shoffley's, and then a ton of rares. Like I think he had 6 or 7 cards that were either rare or elite. That pays. But that's a straight up gamble. I mean, the whole thing's a fucking gamble. Anyways, like if you're buying the packs and stuff like that, so stupid. I won 5 elite packs last week from rare contests, and they're all garbage. All of them were garbage. Straight up garbage. Not even a single player inside the top 150. That was dumb, dude. I'm still just heated because of that. So dumb. I've had good luck in the past, but that was just painful. Minimuli is really popular this week, Lombardi says. I agree. Instead of a beer, Crown and Coke. I get you, man. I did say that already. I'm trying to go through and find... Oh, Mr. D'Lo. We got you, pal. I got you, pal. D'Lo is a subscriber, so we're going to build him 5 lineups. Rory, Xander, and Knapp. Jake Knapp. Charlie Carr and Jim Lemoyne. That's what I keep hearing, but I honestly don't think he's a great fit. I think he's underpriced, and that's why people like him. Minwoo is a free square, as they say. That's what Jim had said. A good reminder, by the way. This has to be printed on a t-shirt, one of my next t-shirts. Never fall in love with a 6K golfer. but never disrespect one. Never fall in love with a 6K golfer, but never disrespect one. Two nevers. All right. First lineup built is sexy. Minus Clark. Scheffler, Schauffele, Clark, Knapp, Minwoo, and Adam Schenk. I like that lineup, and these are lineups for Mr. D'Lo. Do you want me to kick out Wyndham Clark? I'm going to keep him in, but you let me know. I would already kick him out. I would have rebuilt this lineup without Clark in it. This one actually just naturally kicks out Clark, and we put in Russell Henley, Scotty, Xander, Russell, Knapp, Grillo, and Glover. I like that lineup a lot. That's a good one. This one, ooh, oh man, I don't know if I cared that much for Taylor Moore, but I like that small hands Tom Kim is in it. Scotty, Xander, Tom, Jake, Minwoo, Taylor Moore. That's lineup number 3. Scheffler, Schauffele, Day, Knapp, McCarthy, Brennan, Todd. There we go. That's a GPP lineup. That's lineup 4. I like that one. Like these two guys here, probably gonna be under own. And same with this guy right here, I'd imagine. I like that a lot. Oh, you said Rory, sir. Okay, my bad. Well, we just got 5 free lineups. And then you can tell me whether or not you like Wyndham Clark. You did say Rory. It is pinned as Rory, Xander, and Jake Knapp. I said Rory, sir. Rory, Xander Schauffele, Wyndham Clark, Jake Knapp, Adam Scott, Grayson Murray. No Clark, just to change it up. Okay. Jim Lemoyne says, sorry, 6Ks are the old 7Ks when there are 5Ks. I agree with you. When there are 5Ks. But in this field for the API, I still hold it the same way. Oh my God, dude. I have never felt older. My back is killing me. Ugh. Got a pillow behind me just to feel somewhat normal. Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, Jason Day, Knapp, Scott Glover. I love that lineup. One of my favorite lineups tonight. That's a good one. Eight Game goes, you can play rainmakers like the stock market. I agree with that. Like the stock market. I buy specific golfers after they miss the cut or withdraw. So here's my only issue with rainmakers right now. Rainmakers reminds me of like any other trading aspect for low income people. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just people value so much of their things more than what the market value should be for them. So for instance, and I also get this too to some extent, but for the Puerto Rico Open, you would have elite cards like, let's say Kevin Chappell, because I opened up a Kevin Chappell card out of an elite pack I won last week. Kevin Chappell, you go to the marketplace and you look, the highest offer for Kevin Chappell elite card is $20, but the person is trying to sell Chappell for $50. There's a huge disconnect between $20 and $50. Well, then now that the Puerto Rico Open is happening and Kevin Chappell's in the field, now that card, the offer goes up to $25, but now it's trying to be sold for $60 or $70. And maybe it's actually, maybe it was 40. Now that I think about it, it was 40. Now it's 50. And it's like, okay, dude, you're not gonna, and then like, I also bought I did one of those trade-in things. So I had a Ryan Brem legendary card from last year. Wow, super good, right? So I bought a $135 token, legendary token. I used that to trade in, and I traded in the Brem for a 2024 card. And by the way, they're all random. They're all random. There's no like, oh, this guy is in group 3, this guy's in group 4, this guy's in group 5 or anything like this. I could literally have pulled the Scotty Scheffler out of this. Do it, and I get Kevin Chappell. Got Kevin Chappell in the stupid elite card or pack, and I got Kevin Chappell in the legendary pack. So I went to go sell Kevin Chappell. The first off, or the first Chappell card in there was like $250 for a legendary, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. You want to know a funny one that was in there? Ricky Barnes. Ricky Barnes was in the legendary, like in the marketplace, for $40 before he was added to the field of the Puerto Rico Open, and now he's up to $70, $80, $90. Something like that. It's stupid. Anyways. Here we go. Sorry, Mr. D'Lo. What are we on? Lineup number 2. Yeah, we'll call this lineup 2. McIlroy, Schauffele, Clark, Knapp, Jaeger, and Moore. We said to kick out Clark, so let's do that. It's not bad. As long as we're the ones buying them at a discount and selling them for a profit, I'm fine with it. True. But then I think this just reminds me of like video games or any other kind of card game. You'll hold on to a card that you think is worth a lot, and you're gonna try to sell them for higher. By the way, I sold my Kevin Chappell for $150, so I made a $4 profit from the coin that I had to buy, and the card that I ended up selling was 150 bucks. Made a $4 profit, so I'm super happy about that profit. Love my return on investment. I've been putting most of my cards into player packs. Like, I just want player packs for now. I want to open up rare packs and whatever, because I want the chance to get the Scotty Schefflers and stuff like that. I'm looking good now. I got in one of those event packs, my first one I opened, I should just kept it at that. It was Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, both rare cards. Like that alone, like $150 value or something like that, $140 value. Like that was awesome. And I'm like, you know what? Since I already bought this, let me try to buy as many packs as I can to add up to that value. And I like struck out like 2 in a row. And then I got Scotty Scheffler a rare card again. And then I got like a Patrick Cantlay rare card, Zalatoris rare. Like I'm feeling good about my rare contest this week. Mr. D'Lo, this is lineup number 3. Rory, Xander, Matsuyama. Yep, sign me up. Love that lineup. That's so good. I should have sold my Frank Thomas rookie card in 99. I got a good story for you. McIlroy, Schauffele, Matsuyama, Knapp, Grillo, Denny McCarthy. McIlroy, Schauffele. So this is very similar to that last one, right? Scott Dunlap. Oh, yes and no. This is good. I like it. One more lineup. If Hideki shows up, we'll kick him out and build a new one. He does, so let's go ahead and kick him out. No, I do 8 game. I do. McIlroy, Schauffele, Theegala, Knapp, Jaeger, and Cam Davis. There we go. That's a new one. And Theegala. First time seeing Theegala. Cool. Those are 5 lineups for Mr. D'Lo. Thank you, Mr. D'Lo. Let's move on. Boiler Bits wants Rory and Spieth. All right, here's my story about a fun card thing. So Frank Thomas for $500. I had a Mark McGwire rookie card before the steroid scandal. And I was in elementary school, like 4th 5th grade, something like that. And I was telling someone how I have a Mark McGwire rookie card. And my buddy goes, oh my God, I want that so bad. What would you trade for it? And I said, I don't know. What do you got? And he goes, I'll give you my dad's Ty Cobb card, his Topps card from whatever it was. And I said, okay. It was a black and white card. It was a real card. We made the trade. Mark McGwire for Ty Cobb. We made the trade. And I bring that card home. Like I treat it very well because I know it's a very expensive card. And at that time, it was trading what we thought was going to be perceived value in Mark McGwire for Ty Cobb. His dad found out, I think the next day or a couple days after he told him. His dad freaks out. Demands his son get that card back. And the kid comes like to school so frantic, crying, and goes, my dad needs that card back. I gave you that card. It wasn't my card. I need that card back. And I said, okay, that's fine. So I made the trade back because I wasn't going to be an asshole, and I knew I was going to have to deal with his dad if I didn't. So I had to give back that card, and I took back the McGwire card. I told my dad about it, and my dad goes, you have a Mark McGwire rookie card? We got to go save that. And so he put it in a bank deposit box. Only like for 2 years later, or 2 years after that, he goes, he gets indicted in steroids or whatever, and then now that card's not worth anything. Well, it's worth something, but not worth as much as it could be. Oh yeah, 8game. That's how I buy cards. I'm literally looking at the bucket systems for the following tournaments, and I'm like, oh my God. I want to grab, I mean, the Players Championship's not a really good one to look at. Let's say Valspar. Last year, I think, I wouldn't say during Valspar. I don't remember what it was. Oh, no. It was one of the Texas tournaments. Valero or something like that. Trey Mullinax. He had finished inside the top 20. He was one of those bucket cards. Boom. Bought a bunch of Trey Mullinax rare cards for like $1 a piece, maybe even less, because no one wanted Trey Mullinax back then. And I think it could have been him. I think it was him. Maybe it wasn't. It was definitely somebody that was cheap. Ryan Palmer was another one. Ryan Palmer did me well. Like he did well that one tournament that I bought him for. And it's like, yeah. So I'm always looking ahead. It's just right now, the market is so I don't know the word, dry, I suppose. Card values are not what they should be. I know like DraftKings themselves determine the prices to some extent, but it's not at all what, I just don't like it. I don't like it. I know the cards are scarce right now, and that's probably the reason why the cards cost as much as they do, because obviously the supply isn't super high. But I think they're just still too overpriced. Because you got to think about it this way: what are the chances that you're going to win money playing certain cards? And at the Puerto Rico Open, having a George McNeil card, doesn't matter what card, what rarity it is, you're not winning Rainmaker's money, or even card packs with George McNeil. You're also not going to do it with Ricky Barnes. You're not going to do it with a bunch of guys, but their prices have now inflated because they're in a field that you can play. It's unreasonable numbers, and it's to each their own. You know, the people that have those cards, maybe they don't truly want to sell them. That's definitely possible. One thing that I've learned is making offers. That's pretty sweet. You make offers for cards, you can get cards cheaper. That's truly the way to do it. You just put an offer in, and someone might accept it. Some people might not. So yeah, it's just in a week like this where you got 2 tournaments, it's difficult because people are like, you know, unrealistic with their expectations. All right. Boiler Bits, are you still here, sir? I am so sorry. But we have Rory and Spieth. And our first lineup is McIlroy, Spieth, Day, Benny Ann, Adam Scott, and Denny McCarthy. We've seen this so often, but it's a really good lineup. I like that lineup a lot. A lot of times my optimizer isn't wrong when selecting certain golfers. It really likes Benny Ann. It really likes Adam Scott. I like those two golfers as well. I got no issue with it. But we're going to kick out Denny McCarthy. Do you make global offers? Yes, I do. Pennies on the dollar, it never, like, I think the best one that I did was, well, here's the thing. Last week, what pissed me off, and I mean, this could just be me being entitled or feeling entitled. Who was the guy last week that I really wanted? I'm actually glad I didn't get him because he missed the cut. I don't remember who was it. It was just like some random dude. Matthew Neesmith was one of them. I wanted an elite Matthew Neesmith card, and I think I put an offer in for $60. Didn't get him. Glad I didn't. That wasn't the guy though. Hubbard. It was Mark Hubbard. Mark Hubbard, throughout the week, his price kept climbing for those elite cards. I wanted him at... someone was selling them for $120 and the highest offer was $90. So then I put 91. The guy didn't take. So then I went 94. That guy didn't take. Went 95. Guy didn't take. Went 100. Guy didn't take. Went 110. Guy didn't take. He was selling it for 120. Wouldn't do for 110. And then a couple hours later, it went up to 135. It's like, okay, now you guys are being ridiculous. It's like, oh, I can stretch you out a little bit more. Nope. Chose not to. I was like, well, screw you, man. I'm not buying that for that much. But it was Mark Hubbard. That was the guy. I mean, yeah, my experience has been very similar to like video game marketplaces where someone gets something and they think they're the first one to get that item, and so they try to sell it for like 1,000 times what it's supposed to be worth. Like, it's not worth that much, man. It's not worth that much. Philip goes, Rainmaker sounds like just like Madden or NBA Live online. That's actually a really good point, because that's, again, video games, buying cards, buying, those players and, the different types of attributes for them. That's exactly it. Shot like hard. And you're talking about the Ty Cobb thing. I went to giving it back. Done deal. Yeah, I was like 4 or 5, man. I wasn't, or not 4 or 5, 4th or 5th grade. So I was what, 9 or 10? Yeah, I wasn't. The kid just, he was crying. I should have just been like, too bad, but I wasn't gonna have to deal with his dad. I don't want to do that. Someone accepts offers for 25 cents. Yeah, I know. Yeah. You also get to a point in Rainmakers that you have so many cards that you're like, well, I want to play lineup. I want to use all my cards in my lineups. And then you get away from the optimal strategy and you're just throwing shit together. Sometimes you win with that though. Like I won like that like two weeks ago. I just put crap stuff together and won like 9 packs of just garbage cards. Garbage. The Mexico Open, that's what it was. Where are we on the lineups order? Sorry, man. I got sidetracked with the Rainmakers. We can all blame 8Game. Blame him. Shame him. Just kidding. We're on Boiler Bits, Rory and Spieth. Philip would be next with Xander and Thega. No. Looks like Lombardi Lee is next with Sung Jae and Sam Burns. Let's see here. We did one lineup. Here's lineup 2, which isn't bad. I like this lineup, but I don't like Clark, so let's kick Clark out. I don't even know if we want to. Why did we kick Day out? Those lineup 2, we're building them 5 lineups. I like this lineup. Fleetwood, Scott, Fowler, and Glover to go with McIlroy and Spieth. McIlroy, Spieth, Tom Kim, small hands Tom Kim, Benny Ann. Oh, Taylor Moore, man. For those that like Taylor Moore, he's showing up a lot. So that's a good sign that he's a good value. That was lineup 3. This is lineup 4. We're going to skip lineup 4. We'll give him another one. That was not super great. That one's also not super great. McIlroy, Spieth, Kim, Benny Ann, Scott, and Rogers. I like that one. So is this going to be our just main 5? How about one more, and if it's the same 5, we switch it up. Try to remove Benny Ann or Adam Scott. Let's move Adam Scott. Adam Scott's showing up a lot. And actually, I'm going to also kick out Benny Ann. Let's just see something really different. You don't have any elites? I won elites. That's the only reason I have them. Is I tried purchasing some, but no luck. Because again, I'm trying to buy them cheaper than what they are. McIlroy, Spieth, Fleetwood, Jaeger, Fowler. Let's kick out Fowler. And then this is the last lineup that I'm going to build for you, Boiler Bits. Oh, I should probably not open up to Denny. Denny will show up. Let's kick out Denny. You think it's strange nobody does content for Rainmakers? Yeah. I mean, I plan to. It's just there's so many more things that I want to do. Here's a good one to end on. McIlroy, Spieth, Fleetwood, Henley, Grillo, and Glover. And by ending on, I mean for Boiler Bits. All right, Boiler Bits, those were your lineups. Lombardi Lee, are you still in the chat? Actually, where are we with... Ooh, 14 viewers. Okay. Let's do our third roll call. Are you playing small hands Tom Kim this week? That is the question. Yes or no in the chat. That gets you entry. That gives you number 3 roll call. If I can find it, jeez. Here we go. Number 3. Are you playing small hands Tom Kim this week? Yes or no? Oh, large hands only. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I agree. Jim, what's up, man? It's unfortunate we don't have Byron in the chat, because this could just, you know, we make this a twofer. All right. Philip says no. Love it. All right. So the next one, Sungjae and Sam Burns. That's an interesting combo. Sungjae low 8K, by the way. Super interesting. Is he a bad or good play this week? We talking about Sungjae or Tom Kim? Talking about Tom Kim? Actually, I kind of think Tom Kim is an okay play this week. I also just want it to work out, because then, I mean, I don't want Byron to feel any ill will, nothing. I don't want him to feel slighted or anything, but this almost seems like a good bounce back week for Tom Kim. I didn't really watch it. I didn't get to see much of his play, so I have no idea what his confidence level is like. But it would be funny if he does finish inside the top 10 this week, out of nowhere. Because, you know, this is golf. Cantley, Burns, Im, and Scott Fowler. I don't mind that one. That's so much Scott and Fowler. I personally... Oh my God. Do we go back to Fowler? I don't think so, right? I can't play Fowler this week. I mean, I can. I just don't want to play that much of him. My wife wants to play Tom Kim. I don't know if that's a good thing or... Like, you mean DFS? Cantley, Burns, Young, Sungjae, Adam Scott, Lucas Glover. Yeah, I like that one. There's lineup number 1. We'll call that 1. I didn't like the last one. That'll be 1. One more Scott lineup, and then I'm kicking him out. I actually like that lineup a lot. Oh, here we go. Here's a good balanced one. Cantley, Burns, Sungjae Im, Benny Ann, Adam Scott, and Harris English. I like that lineup a lot. Now we're going to kick out Scott. Ludwig, Burnsy, Kim, Im, and Yama. That is, okay. I almost was like, is that the all-Korean team? But, no, it's not. I like that lineup, though. That's lineup number 4, last one. Hovland, first time seeing Hovland. Hovland, Burns, Clark, Im, Benny Ann, Cam Davis. I like it. John Bizzle, I will get to those. Don't worry about it, man. I'm sorry for the wait. I just kind of go down the list that I have in front of me. Let me see where you are. If you are pressed for time, Mr. D'Lo, can we get to these later? Scotty JT. Let me get to a user that I have not gone to yet, but we can do Scotty JT. I lost my place. I hate when that happens. Okay, I found my place. Bizzle, you are pretty darn close. Pretty close. Philip, let's cruise through some Xander and Thigala lineups. We'll try not to talk about Rainmakers. All right, 10 lineups for you, sir, for being a member. We get Scheffler, Schauffele, Thigala, Scott, of course, McCarthy, and Minwoo, of course. Okay. Those guys are showing up a lot. I'm actually going to kick out McCarthy. I mean, I like that lineup. That lineup is a sexy lineup. There's lineup 1. Cantley, Schauffele, Thigala, Benny Ann, Harris English, Ricky Fowler. That's okay. Ricky Fowler shows up, I'm going to kick him out. Eric Cole instead of Harry-ish. Let's kick out Fowler. Those weren't bad, by the way. So that's lineup 3. Lineup 4. Scheffler, Schauffele, Thigala, Scott, Grillo, and Glover. Is it Adam Scott lineup? That's fine. I think that was lineup 4. Maybe it's lineup 5. Anyways, lineup 4. We're on to lineup 5. Scheffler, Schauffele, Thigala, and Grillo, Shank. I like that lineup. Scheffler, Schauffele, Thigala, and Minwoo and Nick Taylor. That's fine. That's lineup 6. Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, Thigala, Jaeger, Grillo, Davis. I like that one. That was lineup 7. Here's lineup 8. Theegala, Scheffler, Schauffele, Theegala, Knapp, Grillo, Taylor Moore. That's all right. I'm not a huge fan of Taylor Moore this week. Schauffele, Young, Clark, Theegala, and Grillo. Okay, that's interesting. And last one. Last one is Schauffele, Young, Clark, Theegala, and Kitayama. There's an interesting one. I'm just going to save that one for difference. Like, this seems like an unpopular lineup. And I'm marking it orange just to say it's different. It's weird. All right. I'm going to go out of order. John, I'm going to do your lineups right now. I need to come back to AJ Love. AJ Love, you'll be next. Actually, no, shot like Harden. Burnsy Fitzy. I see you. Okay. Scheffler, Cantlay, and Bradley. Let's pin this one to the chat. Can I do it from here? Cannot. Okay. Scheffler, Cantlay, and Bradley. 2 10K golfers. I'm going to remove the 9K obligation and keep the 8K. And I will build you 5, sir. We have Scheffler, Cantlay, Clark, Bradley, Minwoo, Adam Schenk. It's not terrible. I'm going to get rid of Clark, though. Unless you like Clark. You let me know. If you like Clark, I'll bring him back, but we're going to kick him out. Scheffler, Cantlay, Kim, Bradley, Minwoo, Lucas Glover. I actually really like that lineup. That is the bottom. I mean, I was gonna say that's the bottom 4, but it isn't of my lineup, my dummy lineup. I like that one though. Scheffler, Cantlay, Henley, Bradley, Grillo, and Glover. I actually like that lineup too. What are you saying no to? You don't like, did I get something wrong? Scheffler, Cantlay, Henley, Bradley, Grillo, Glover. Did I just save a Glover lineup? I think I did, right? Yeah. Scheffler, Cantlay, Theegala, Bradley, Grillo, Taylor Moore. Do we want to kick out Grillo since he keeps showing up? No Clark. Gotcha. Scheffler, Cantlay, Theegala, Bradley, Grillo. So there's a lot of Grillo. Do you want me to kick out Grillo? I see, Philip, you said you can take out Grillo. I don't know if we got there with your lineups. I can certainly go back around and build them. And you also said I would be careful with Sungjae. He is broken. I also heard he played in a Pro-Am or something today and finished in last. They said Sungjae was the one dragging them down. Yeah. They're okay. there is something interesting with pro golf, and not so much just pro golf. So, you know, like Byron comes into the chat, or, you know, like I kind of joke with Byron about Tom Kim. You can see things with golfers just by how they play, their mannerisms on the golf course. You can actually look into them. They're not dissimilar to you and I. People like to say, oh, you can't compare yourself to a pro golfer. It's like, yes, you can. Because the only difference between a pro golfer and you is their ability, their understanding of the game, and their ability to get the golf club where it needs to be at impact. You can learn those things. You can also get athletic enough to hit the ball as far as those people. You just got to get yourself into shape. Mentally, you're nearly the same as them. Nearly. They're going to have more success in pressure situations, because I'm sure you've never golfed with a crowd around you. It's very unnerving. So you're going to have to figure that one out. But when it comes to mental things, so I mean, I can't say this. I'm making a really big blanket statement, and I can't say this for everybody, but when you watch like Sung JM, they were making this comment on the broadcast, and it was already noticeable before they made that comment that he seems to watch his club more so on his way back with his backswing than ever before. And you look at it, it's like, oh my God, it is worse than ever before. And that is what a lot of golfers do. You find a niche that you kind of get yourself into, like, hey, I need to feel this. And you'll start doing that over and over and over again, whatever gets you to feel that. And that becomes part of your routine. And so when it becomes part of your routine, you then drill it into your own memory banks to say, I need to continue doing this. That's exactly what Sung Jae looks like. And like the same thing is going to apply with Scotty. If Scotty's putting doesn't get better, that is going to be drilled into his head. He's going to be just like you and I when it comes to on-course traumas, on-course scar tissue. If you're afraid to three-putt, you're most likely going to three-putt. Same thing happens with these pro golfers. With Sung Jae and his weird fucking swing, I don't imagine that's going to get any better until he just revamps it. But he's kind of always done like the look at his club while he brings it back. I just think it's now at a point where he looks too far back at his golf club. And I could be way off on this. I could be. But it's now at a level where it's like, it used to work. I don't think it's going to work anymore. It's like why I don't like Tom Kim is he had that youthful innocence to him when he was on tour. And now I think he doesn't. I think now what happens with golfers like Tom Kim is he now sees his own shadow like a groundhog and gets scared of it. And I don't mean like he's just a little wimpy boy. It's just before, it's just the, wow, this is so cool. This is so awesome, to I hope no one saw that I missed that shot. I hope no one saw like I did something weird in my golf swing. Like that stuff plays into your mentals. Some people don't think that way, but I can tell a Tom Kim thinks that way. Bright eye and bushy tailed is what I would call Tom Kim. Like that's what he was like when he first came on tour, eating everything up. And now it's like, I don't know how I feel about him anymore. Until he shows me that he's back to, playing, I'm just gonna, throw this out there, just playing manly golf. I don't trust him. This is a great lineup, by the way. John Bizzle, sorry for going on that rant. I like this lineup a lot. Don't care for Brendan Todd, but I'm sure most people aren't. Remember, do not, never disrespect a 6K golfer. But also don't fall in love with one. Optimizer. Jesus. Denny McCarthy. You had one in baseball? Like, every sport has their weird, ticks, right? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a shooter when it comes to basketball. You don't think that I have my specific places on the court that I like to shoot from? I like to set up people the same way all the time. I get in my comfort zone. I'm better shooting, dribbling to the left than I am to the right. So anytime I can actually dribble to the left, I rather do that to try to shoot than to the right, because I just know I make shots better that way. I'm playing mental games with you while simultaneously trying not to succumb to your mental games. Like all sports are like that. There's a huge mental side to it. And the best players, they know how to hone that in. Scheffler, Cantley, Fleetwood, Bradley, Taylor, and Webb, Simpson. I don't know if I can get there, but if you needed a Webb lineup, this one's not bad. I don't mind this one at all. Has Bradley, who I want to play. And I don't mind Fleetwood. One more lineup for you, Mr. Bizzle. Hopefully you're still in chat. And it's a good one. Minus the Sungjae we just talked about. Here, how about this? I'm going to take out McCarthy. I'll bring back the choice of Van Rooyen. I'm not saying that the optimizer is going to select it, but that's a lot of McCarthy for your lineups. And if you needed a Sungjae lineup, this is a really good lineup. This is a really, really good lineup if you want Sungjae in your lineup. I'm just going to kick out Sungjae just because we were talking negatively about him. And build one more for you. I don't like that one because that's Grayson Murray in it. But hey, it's different. Okay. This one's really different too, and I like it. It's a good one. I mean, like Putnam and Adam Hadwin, those aren't going to be combos most people are putting together, and that's fine. I think those two golfers can do just well here. Okay. Bizzle, thank you, sir. Thank you for, you can also put more lineups in if you want to stay a little bit longer. I can build them after I build lineups for everyone else. Mr. Shalik Harden, you still here, pal? You still here, pal? Burnsy and Fitzy. Why can't, oh, there he is. I'm like looking for 8,300 Sam Burns. Nope, he's 9,300 Sam Burns. Okay. Here we go. We will build you 10 lineups, sir, for being a member, being a member of the Sweet Spot Society. Rory McIlroy, Sammy Burns, Matty Fitzpatrick, Adam Scott, Kurt Kitayama, and Denny McCarthy. Of course, Denny McCarthy. Do you want Denny McCarthy in your life, or do you want me to kick him out? Good night, 8-game. John, usually I will do that at the end of my stream when I've gotten through everyone else's lineups. I usually go back to what I would do for my lineups. That way you guys can just hear more about what I would do for this week. AJ Love, sorry I haven't been commenting. I was doing my curls and free weights. Hey, dude, you do you, man. Kick Rory. Okay, sir. Jeez. It's a good lineup, though. What the hell? Maybe not Kitayama. I don't really care for Kitayama. Sammy Burns, Cam Young, Matty Fitzpatrick, Wyndham Clark, Adam Scott, Grillo. Who do you want kicked out of here? Adam Scott's going to show up a lot. I mean, I like Scott. I got no issue with playing him this week. But we can build more random lineups without Scott in it, without Grillo in it, and without Clark. So if you're kind of wishy-washy on them, we can just click them. Or we can just kick them out. That was lineup 2. And Fowler. Do you want Fowler in your lineup? Burns, Fleetwood, Young, Matty Fitzpatrick, Adam Scott, Ricky Fowler. Lineup 3. Yeah, Kick Clark, Grillo, Scott, and Fowler. Okay. All right, so we get Ludwig, Sam Burns, Cam Young, Matt Fitzpatrick, Jake Knapp, and Taylor Moore. It's not bad. That was lineup 4. Moore is going to get kicked. Moore at 4. Oberg, Burns, Young, Matty Fitzpatrick, Adam Hadwin, and Cam Davis. That's not bad. That's lineup 5. Lineup 6, Xander. I know you like that. Oh, maybe you don't. I forget your take on Xander. I think you used to like him, maybe not so much anymore. Burns, Cam Young, Matty Fitzpatrick, Cam Davis, and Minwoo Lee. Out of this one, would you much rather me bring back Minwoo and kick out Davis, or do you want to kick out Minwoo? I'll run one, wait for you to answer, and I'll bring back Minwoo if you want. And Cam Young. Cam Young's shown up a lot. You want Cam Young in your life? This is an interesting one. I bet you don't really care for Simpson. So we'll just redo it. We'll do another one. Lineup 7 is Sam Burns, Fleetwood, Fitzpatrick, Sungjae, Benny Ann, and the Harry Ish. Actually, I kind of like that one. That was lineup 8. Oh, wait. We gotta kick someone. Keep Cam Young? Okay. Who do you want kicked out of this one? We got Burns, Fleetwood, Fitzpatrick, Im, Benny Ann, and English. I know you locked 2 of those guys, so never mind about those, but anybody you like kicked out of this one? Oh, we're at 19 likes. If I can get 6 more likes, I'm going to give away 5 memberships at the end of this. Pick Sungjae? Okay. Forgot to mention that earlier. Xander Burns, Cam Young, Matty Fitzpatrick, Austin Eckroat, Cam Davis. I like that one. I like that one because Eckroat seemed like he was in business. He won that tournament, didn't really fist pump, didn't really get too excited. He saw the finish line and he's like, I just need to get to the finish line as fast as possible. And he did it. I like that. I actually like Eckroat again this week. I don't know where he really sits with the whole buckets. Obviously, having a last week finish inside the top 20 last week is going to be a good thing. I just don't know. Here's a spicy lineup: Spieth, Burns, Fleetwood, Fitzpatrick, Benny Ann, Adam Schenk. I like that lineup a lot. All right, man. One bonus one for you, and then we'll move on. And it's a good one. Oh, you said kick Cam Davis. All right, let me I do like it though, and I'm bringing back Minwoo just for you. I hope Minwoo gets selected now. Last lineup's always the best. Yeah, that was a good one. Ooh, Ludwig, Sammy Burns, Cam Young, Fitzpatrick, Knapp, and Putnam. Yeah, sign me up. I want to do one more. I just want to see the next Minwoo one. Where will Minwoo show up right now? Didn't even show up now. It's another good lineup. That's a good combo, man. Burns, Fleetwood, Young, Fitzpatrick, Bradley, Todd. That's good. Ooh, Mac Hughes. Wow. I actually don't mind Mac Hughes. And that lineup, we're saving. All right, man. Thank you for those lineups. Let's move on. So, Burnsy, Fitzy, AJ Love, Scheffler, Colin. Then I have FR leader with Fitz and Vic. He's on deck. That should be interesting. All right, Scheffler Colin. Scheffler and Colin Morikawa. All right, AJ, we're building you 5. Scheffler, Morikawa, Clark, Scott. Okay, same question with you. These 4 golfers right here will be in everything if we don't kick them out. I mean, it's a pretty good lineup, but if you don't want them in there, I got no issue with it. So I'm going to give you the option right now. Let me know if you'd like them kicked out. Kick Clark. Okay. Do you want anyone else kicked? I'll build another lineup. So that was lineup 1. Lineup 2, Scheffler, Morikawa, Cam Young, Adam Scott, McCarthy, and Cam Davis. I don't mind it. That is too much McCarthy for me. Do you want me to kick out McCarthy? I can. But I like the making of Scheffler, Morikawa, Young. I'm really liking that combo. And having Adam Scott in there, no issues with that at all. I think we're on pace for another 4-hour stream. Kick McCarthy, yeah. Scheffler, Morikawa, Fleetwood, Scott, Fowler, and Shank. I like it. I like Shank. I don't necessarily want that much Scott and Fowler. You know what? I'm gonna save it because I really like it. Because I'm not really having a lot of Scott Scheffler. Yeah, I don't see like Scott Scheffler, Jesus. Scheffler Morikawa lineups. Oh yeah, that's right, man. Pretty darn close. I don't know if it's East Coast time for you, but if it is, you got 14 minutes till you turn the big 3-0. Let's see here. Scheffler, Morikawa. How about we kick out Fowler? Fowler's going to be the least confident guy that I have. That was lineup 3. We're going into lineup 4. I don't... Oh, yeah. Okay. Do we like Sungjae, by the way? 45 years young. Everyone after 30 just goes, I'm turning another year older. Do we like Sungjae? And Nick Taylor I don't really care for. Not a big deal to me. No M this week? Okay. So we'll take back lineup 3 from you and build a new lineup 3. Or maybe that was lineup 4. Either way. We'll take it back. All right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Scheffler, Morikawa, Fleetwood, Scott, Minwoo, Glover. Love it. Minwoo and Glover just like... I enjoy it. I'm actually going to kick out Glover and bring back Minwoo. Because I wouldn't mind seeing another Minwoo lineup, but I like that one a lot. And I will build you one more unless this one's ugly. Yeah, I don't like that one. Let's do another one. All right. It's different. It's good enough for me, man. There's lineup 5 for you, pal. All right. Let's go on to the next one. So we said Fitz and Vic for FR leader. FR, are you still in the chat, pal? It's been a while, so I understand if you are not. All right. 5 lineups for Mr. FR Leader. All right, Jim. Sounds good, man. You didn't overthink the whole process? Yeah, no, I get it. So Jim says, no lineups for me. I locked in my PGA DP and Rico lineups a day early. Leaving for AZ tomorrow, 90% optimizer builds, which means I'll have my best week ever because I didn't overthink the process. There you go, man. AJ Love goes, was almost like your optimal except Colin instead of Oberg. Works for me. All right. Oh yeah, that's true. That's right. The Glover and Minwoo. Yeah. Maybe that's why I liked it. Scheffler, Hovland, Fitzpatrick, Scott, Cam Davis, Webb Simpson. I don't know if I care for that one. I don't want Webb. One lineup of Webb, that's fine. Is this like the dark synthwave? No, it is not. We're almost done with it though. Let's see here. Victor Hovland, Cam Young, Fitzpatrick, Wyndham Clark, Adam Scott, Denny McCarthy. We're gonna go ahead and say no Wyndham Clark. It is crazy how much he's shown up. I mean, this is quite the value. 1052, higher than Cam Young, just under Fleetwood, better than JT and Will Zalatoris and Colin Morikawa and Max Homa and Sam Burns. Oof. That's why the optimizer loves Wyndham Clark. Cheap and better ranked than the other ones. Hovland, Schauffele, Jesus. Mixing Matt and Fitzpatrick. Fats, Mitch Patrick. There we go. Adam Scott, Kitayama, and McCarthy. Interesting. That's lineup 2. Don't really care for it. This one I like though. Glover, Fleetwood, Young, Fitzpatrick, Scott, Glover. Yeah, I like that one a lot. That's lineup 3. We already know we don't really care for Sungjae, but having Scott and Jaeger, that's pretty good. Is this just going to be a Sungjae week now that all of us kind of like ick? We don't want to play Sungjae. He's just going to do well now. Hovland, Fleetwood, Young, Fitzpatrick, Scott, Shank. There we go. One of my favorite lineups. One of my favorite ones tonight that start with Victor. Victor. All right, 1 or 2 more. We'll see. Hovland, Schauffele, Young, Fitzpatrick, Cam Davis, Taylor Moore. Again, I don't care for more, so 1 more. I don't care for more, so 1 more. And then we just get Denny McCarthy, but we add Max Homa, which is very interesting. I don't like Homa this week. I didn't like him during the match. He looked like a little bitch. He acted like a little bitch. He plays like a little bitch. Those were FR Leaders lineups. Joshua Maz, he's always lurking. Vic and Thigala. I'll wake up and M will be up -12. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly how it'll happen. All right. Well, I think we saw this coming. McCarthy, Scott, and Adam Shank. I actually really like that lineup a lot. I'm gonna kick out Shank or McCarthy though. But that was a good lineup, Josh. Scheffler, Hovland, Thigala, Scott, Grillo, Glover. Pretty similar to my dummy lineup. I love it. Glover getting the boot. He ain't getting the glove. He getting the boot. McElroy, Hovland, Thigala, Scott, Jaeger, and Cam Davis. There's an interesting one. We like that one. That was lineup 3. Gonna build 2 more for you, pal. Scheffler, Hovland, Thigala, Scott, Grillo, Taylor Moore. Okay, I'll build you 2 more now. I don't like that one. Hovland, Young, Clark, Thigala, Benny Ann, and Grillo. Yeah, that's a good one. And last one. Oh yeah, I don't really care for Clark, but whatever. Nope, that's not gonna be the last one. Nor is that. We're kicking out Clark when we get the chance. Last one. This will be the last one. For Josh. And it's a good one. Cantley, Hovland, Thigala, Scott, English, and Steven Yeager. Okay, cool. So those are 5 lineups for Josh Maz. Jim says he's done. He wanted to see Rory and Xander, but he's done. Lombardi, I think we've already done lineups for you, but I'll replace it. Are we at the end of our lineups? I think we are. Yeah, Homo was in one of those lineups. That was like that last lineup that I built. All right, so Lombardi wants Fleetwood and Adam Scott. Okay. That makes life easy because Adam Scott is always picked. But I like it. Oh, that's a pretty sexy lineup. Scheffler, Fleetwood, Knapp, and Scott McCarthy. We're going to kick McCarthy. You know, McCarthy almost had a chance to win the Memorial, right? That's Jack's place. Does he come to Arnie's place and almost win the API? Could be. Scheffler, Fleetwood, yeah, we don't like Clark. But here's a Clark lineup for you. It's not terrible, but... Scheffler, Fleetwood, Henley, Scott, Fowler, Grillo. I like that one. Minus Fowler, but, you know, it's okay to have some Fowler in your life. Cantley, Hovland, Fleetwood, and Scott Shank. Did we just have that one? Let's see. Do I have a dupe? No dupes, but I like it. All right. 2 more. Cantley, Shaw, and I don't really care for that one. 1 more. Scheffler, Fleetwood, Henley, and oh yeah, that's a great one. Like that one a lot. I really like Benny Ann in that lineup. Cool. Those were Lombardi Lee's lineups. Let's see, what's the next one? Boiler Bits. I think we did one for him already, but we can do this one. All right. Yeah, the ownership here is changing. Like, you can see Adam Scott, he's going up a lot. And this is because this column in my optimizer looks at the lineups right here and determines what the ownership is, what we've already selected. So basically tonight, this is what the optimizer has selected. This is what we've selected. 0 JT so far. 0 JT Poston, 0 Pavon, 0 Kirk, 0 Harmon, 0 Siwoo, 0 Shane Lowry. Those are your most notable 0% lineups. And we are at 69 lineups. So give me a nice. Let's see here. Rory, Spieth, Young, and Keegan. I really like that. That sounds like someone was watching the video and selected the golfers that I was talking that I liked. Especially from the Marquee Tee Times and the Buckets. Cam Young, though, not someone I chose, but hey, this is fine. All right, 5 lineups for Boiler Bits, and I'm probably gonna get out of here afterwards. I will build what I like, my next couple lineups. This is really good. McIlroy, Spieth, Young, Bradley, Grillo, McCarthy. Well, let's kick McCarthy already. I already know. We'll see him in everything. I agree, man. I do like Pavon as well. I will definitely force the optimizer to select Pavon when I'm going to go through and build my lineups. McIlroy, Spieth, Cam Young, Benny Ann, Keegan Bradley, Taylor Moore. I like that lineup minus more. I really like that lineup minus more. There, yeah, this is what makes that lineup better. Having Adam Scott and Lucas Glover in it. Sign me up. Glover's gonna get the boot once again. Good luck to you as well, Charlotte Carden. And you are welcome, AJ Love. Appreciate it, man. Rory, Spieth, Young, Scott, and another one. I like Adam Schenk this one. This actually might be my one of my favorite lineups definitely tonight. I'm gonna color it red, Sweet Spot red. Let myself know that, hey, this is a lineup that we want to put in a GVP. Same with Brendan Todd. I don't mind that, and that's different. I like that lineup a lot. Putnam, don't mind that either. Let me give you some anti-Scott lineups. Sepp Straka, by the way, why not? He missed the cut in such a bad way. He was playing such good golf, and then he got a double and then a single, like he was -3, and basically in 2 holes just shot himself out of the tournament last week, which obviously could happen this week, but hey, if you want to get back to the Sepp Straka train, no problem with that. Oh man, I don't want Ricky Fowler. But hey, if you like Ricky Fowler, this is a fantastic lineup. Love that lineup. 1098-776. We don't like Webb. This will be the last one as long as it doesn't spit out something ugly. That's fine. 49.2. That's too much. Like leaving $800 on the table. That's not super great. Jim, good luck to you too, sir. Oh boy, we're getting real ugly. Grayson Murray. Oh, Mac Hughes. That's fine. And Corey Connors. Yeah, I like that last one. Bring back Mac Hughes. I'm going to save that one and then we're going to move on. Yep, we like it. Okay. All right. So that's going to do it for the lineups tonight for building for all y'all. I think I got through everyone. If I didn't, here's your chance to leave it in the chat. Pretty sure I got through everybody. Yep. Looks like I got through everyone. But again, if I missed you, let me know. Here are my thoughts. Like I had said, what I'm going to do when I build my lineups this week is I'm going to look at my combo buckets here. I'm going to select at least one of these guys to put in my lineups. I'm not quite sure who just yet. I'm kind of focused on these two. They're very similar in their stat profiles when it comes to the buckets. And at the same time, it's really hard to ignore Adam Scott down here. And again, if you're new to the channel, what I do with these combo buckets, I've been tracking this now since the American Express, and it's been like the reason I've been so successful this year, more so than any other year. I'm up $2,000 for the year because I won I won around $700 during the American Express. I won $1,800 around the Genesis Invitational, and it was all because I focused on these combo buckets. So here's my strategy. I'm not going to ignore Jake Knapp. I like Jake Knapp. Jake Knapp looks like a really good golfer in the making, and being in the 7K range seems criminal to some extent. Keegan Bradley is going to be overlooked because we haven't seen him in a long time, and I don't think Bermuda is a surface that most people would consider him good at, and everyone plays Keegan Bradley in the Northeast. That's where everyone knows to play Keegan Bradley. Let's take a look. I want to see what his Bermuda splits are. He's 32nd in my model, which isn't super great. He actually has a pretty darn good Bermuda record. Look at that. 16% of the time he finishes inside the top 10 on Bermuda tracks. and it's okay. Like like this green usually means when it comes to the field, he's better than average. Yellow would be average. So he's not average when it comes to his top 10 rate, but he is for last year's Bermuda stats and just overall. So I don't mind that. I mean, 45.65 is better than Clark. But Clark's 19.86 is better than Keegan's. Anybody else up here? Homa on Bermuda, you could say is very similar to Keegs. 45, 16, 32. 46, 18, 20. Yeah, last year's stats not super great. I'm just trying to make like comparisons between Keegan and other people. It's really interesting. There's a lot of similarities when it comes to just these Bermuda stats. But I'm not afraid of playing Keegan Bradley and Harris English right underneath him, by the way. Pretty darn good Bermuda splits. Look at Adam Scott though. Holy shit. Yeah. Jake Knapp had a top 10. He's only played 2 Bermuda events. He's pretty volatile. Siwoo, I guess don't sleep on Siwoo. Those are better stats. No, they're not. I was gonna say those are better than Keegan, but they're not. Matthew Pavon. Okay. I just want to look at the Bermuda splits. I just wanted to see what Keegan rated out. Just so I'm not like blindly looking at Keegan and being like, oh my god, that looks really good. But like I said, I just talked about Keegan and Harris English. So I kind of want 1 to 2 of these guys. But really it's 1 to 2 of these guys. And I actually might stretch it out to 11 for Luke List. Because in my opinion, I kind of just don't want to have, I don't know, I don't really care for any of these guys right here. And if I'm combining them with these guys, I would only want 1 of them. So like if I make this a 1 to 2 list, here, that's what we're gonna do. Let's make this like no, let's do something like this. Let's differentiate the color. I want it to be similar, but not the same. There we go. We'll do something like this. And I think what I'm going to do is I want to select 1 to 2 guys from this list right here. 1 to 2. And I don't want more than 1 to 2. I just want 1 to 2. And how I'm going to do that on my optimizer, I don't really truly believe there is a wave. I don't truly think there's like a wave this week. So if I were to go back and look and kind of, I want to look at game number. Is there really anyone super good that's teeing off way before anybody else? You know, like, here's a good chunk of the good golfers. Yeah, there really is. I mean, like the last couple of groups, sure. Okay, sure. And Adam Scott's down here with Valimaki. Maybe that's a reason why not to play Adam Scott. He's not really playing with a good golfer. Maybe that's a good reason not to play Scott as much. Instead, maybe play Corey Connors, who is playing, I think, with a country mate? Maybe not. Eric Cole. Okay. Well, ball strikers unite, I suppose. I don't mind that, I guess. How else are we going to do this? Shano, Kirk, and Siwoo Kim. Siwoo's such a... Siwoo is playing with Hadwin, which I don't think really benefits anybody there. Who's Lowry playing with? Lowry's playing with Oberg. Okay. Well, I can tell you one thing. I want to play Oberg, and that will probably keep me off of Shane. But if I'm not playing Oberg, I don't mind going to Shane. he rates out so poorly that it actually might be worthwhile playing. Yeah, Bermuda splits aren't any better than Keegan Bradley. And then what was the last one? Chris Kirk? Was Kirky down there? Yeah, Chris Kirk. Let's take a look. Where are you, sir? There he is. He is playing with Lee Hodge, and that's not good either. So none of these guys, good luck to all of you too, by the way. None of these guys are like jumping. So that just, I don't know what you'd call it, but just the elimination. What is it? It's by attrition, something by attrition. It's Adam Scott. Adam Scott is just the guy I'd rather play down here at the bottom based off of his pairing. And I'm not going to be playing Valimaki, so I really don't care. I'm not losing out, you know, like I want to play Oberg and I don't want to play with Shane Lowry. And let's see here. So 12:40 is the last tee time. That's Central Time. Yeah, there isn't a wave per se, but 12:40. A typical wave would be like 5 hours apart, right? Oh, Genesis didn't have a wave. Cognizant had a wave, though. So 5:45 versus 10:45. So 5 hours, like I said. It's usually a 5 hour gap. So, and that's, then everybody then tees off after. So it could be 5 to 6 hours. So the last group's 10:46. That's 7 hours after the first group tees off. So that's a true wave. These I don't think really like we do waves for. Like 6:45 to 12:40. Yeah, I suppose that's 6 hours. Lee. Here's why I'm talking about waves. I put in my optimizer. I don't want to ever play more than 5 from one wave to another. And I actually don't even know how they're going to reseed the next day. Like, I don't know what their tee times would be the next day. So I really don't know. Do we even do a wave? Okay, so here's what I would do. I would change this wave thing to be my... I'll just show you. I can change this on my end whenever I need to. But basically what I would do is this. And then I'm going to go ahead and move this over to the side so I can look at it. And basically I'm going to go with... Find Nap. Nap is right here. We change him to an AM. Keegan and Harris English. Change these guys to AMs. Brian Harmon, Nikolai Højgaard. I really don't care to play any of those guys. But what will happen is they'll get me on these guys to play. Where's Højgaard? And then we're going to add Cole, Jaeger, and List. There's List, Cole, Jaeger, and List. Okay. That should be all of them. Harris English, did I get you? I think I did. Yep. And essentially when I'm going to build lineups, so I'm going to bring back my exposures. So basically I don't want to play golfers more than the exposures that I'm going to have. I can change this though. Like I don't mind going like, you know, I said 50% for Scheffler. Let's just change it to like 59. And like Rory, I want in 40%, so I'm going to change that to 43. I'm only changing it this way because I want the optimizer to, I mean, having odd numbers like this helps me really build random lineups. And so then what I'm going to do, since these are all lineups that I built with you guys, I will look at these later and pick out my favorites, and then I'll play those. But I find that I do best when I don't just, I'm not lazy and I'm just picking lineups that I built for you guys. I'm actually picking lineups that I feel strong about. So, 49.2, I'll change this to 49.6 because I want to spend most of my salary. I'm going to change all of my conditionals back to what they were. Then basically what I'll do is I'll just run optimizer, and it's going to select each of those 7K golfers that I want. So this one has Jaeger in it. I wasn't thinking about playing Jaeger, but I can save this one, this very first one. Actually, I don't want to save this first one. I do want... I really like Scotty, so I think the first one I'm going to build is always just going to be Scotty. So let's see what kind of Scotty lineup is given to me. It's the same one, except for this one has Jaeger in it, instead of my dummy lineup, which has, I mean, it has Adam Scott in it. So let's see, 7Ks, yep, have that to 0 to 3. Okay. Interesting. Let's try to replicate that lineup, because I really like it. The one that had Oberg in it and Adam Scott. And I just want to see what happens from here. Let's just do this. We'll save it, and I'll show you how I build lineups. So it adds the Gala and Nikolai Højgaard. Okay, so see how different this becomes. I can just say I don't like Højgaard, and then Nikolai is going to get kicked out. So let's bring back Nikolai. I just want to see. Interesting. I don't like Clark, but guess what? I like CT Pan. I should, okay. The other thing too is I'll always forget that there are golfers I just don't like. So we're going to kick those guys out right away. I just don't want to see. Go back into this. There we go. Oh my god, I don't want Webb Simpson. I was just going to say this is such a sexy lineup until I read Simpson's name last. Sure. This is a lineup I can get behind. I don't mind CT Pan being, you know, min price, but let's just continue going. I might bring CT Pan back. I'll show you how that looks. Here we go. This is different. I don't mind Nikolai or Nick Dunlap or even Nikolai Højgaard. Don't mind those at all. Which is really interesting because Keegan's not being picked. Did I not select Keegan? Oh no, he's definitely one that could be selected. I don't mind that. I am so confused why Bradley's not picked. You know, even with all the free range that I have, the optimizer does not like it with Scotty Scheffler. So, you know what? Let's see what a Rory lineup would look like. I imagine Rory will be picked unless it's just going to select 9K golfers. Okay, it just selected 9K golfers. That's not bad. This could be a week where I don't play a 10K golfer despite saying that 10K golfers will finish inside the top 10. There we go. There's a different lineup. I don't mind that one. Yeah, that's a good lineup right there. McIlroy, Oberg, Henley, Scott, Jaeger, Grillo. Okay, I really like that lineup a lot. So I'll save that, and then we'll click again, and I might break it. Yeah, I break it because Scotty doesn't combine with probably Adam Scott, I imagine. Or is it Oberg? Probably Oberg, which is fine. I think Oberg might be super chalky this week. Hovland, Xander, Cam Young, Adam Scott, Harris English, Denny McCarthy. Sure. I don't mind that. Scheffler, Justin Thomas, Fleetwood, Scott, Højgaard, Schenk. Yeah, I like that lineup too. So this is basically how I'll start building lineups, kind of like this. I'll get through a bunch, and then I'll switch things up again. See, yeah, Max Homa. Now Luke List gets added to this. I probably would never have thought of playing Luke List or Max Homa. This lineup all together, kind of like a lot. And you can kind of see how my exposure levels are happening, 50, 25. So it's still allowed to pick either Scotty or Rory, which is totally fine. That's what I like. I'm probably gonna have to bring back Patrick Cantlay at some point in time. Rory, Xander, Day, Scott, Cole, Glover. There you go. Another odd lineup that I don't think a lot of people are thinking to build. Really like Keegan though, and I don't know why Keegan's not being picked. There we go. There's a Keegan lineup. Very, very balanced. Let's build one more Keegan lineup with the hopes that it selects Scott or McIlroy. Or, I mean, Scotty or Rory, yeah. Yeah, I don't want Grayson, though. Oh, you know what I might need to do? I like this lineup. That's a good lineup. I need to go back into my buckets and take a look at salaries. So right now, I'm having it select a 9K and an 8K. Is that what I truly want? 9Ks could actually be bumped down one because it's really close to not being, you know, 2.11 is close to being under 2, but this actually is pretty solid. I might convince myself not to play a 10K golfer, which would be a first. Well, first of all, I like this lineup, so I'm going to save it. I like that lineup a lot. I'm not telling it to select a 10K golfer, but I am telling it to select a 9 and an 8K golfer. I'm going to go ahead and remove the nose from these. I need to up... maybe I don't need to. It's building me optimal lineups, so I imagine 9s and 8s will show up. I don't think it's going to break all that much. Rory, Xander, Hideki, yeah, that's a. I don't really care for Taylor Moore. I might come back and save that one. This one seems okay. I don't like Hadwin, but what a good time to play Hadwin when nobody else is. Rory, Xander, Day, Scott, Bradley, and then there's Valimaki, which I don't really care for. We don't want to play Scott and Valimaki together anyways. They're paired up together. Lee Hodges? Nah. Xander, Morikawa, Fleetwood, Scott, Bradley, and Kitayama. I don't really care for that one either. So I might be at the point where I need to take out Scott and Bradley. That's a pretty good balanced lineup. I don't mind that one. So I think that's what I'll do. I like Scott. I had him in 100% of my lineups. I do like Bradley, but now we can truly open it up and let the optimizer just select some random things that we wouldn't normally think of. Like that lineup's pretty good. You know, I don't mind Eckroat. 72, 71, 69. Yeah, whatever. We get another Ludwig lineup to go with Ricky Fowler. So Ricky Fowler, what are we at, pal? 12%? Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. I don't... Building lineups now, I don't mind Fowler, I guess, being saved, because there's still going to be a lot of good lineups to build later. But giving you my final thoughts with lineup building, probably just stay away from Webb. Webb's probably good for one lineup. Don't care for Nick Taylor, if I'm being honest with you, at this event. This one I like a lot. A lot. Scheffler, Oberg, Henley, English, Hoagie, and Van Rooyen. I like that one a lot. I think I'll probably build like maybe 2 or 3 more. Rory, Xander, Tom Kim, Siwoo Kim. Remember not wanting really too much Siwoo? I can't do Grayson Murray. Can't do it. But I like that lineup. And here's a different one. No Harmon in those previous lineups, or really Rose, but having these 3 guys, no issue with that. But anyways, I think I'll build 2 more and get out of here. Here's a different one that I like. And the last one. Rory, Xander, Matsuyama, Harmon, Hoagie, Todd. Let's end with a Scotty lineup. Actually, there is, yeah, okay. Let's go with Scotty and a Brad Keegan lineup and an Adam Scott lineup. I want those 2. Oh shoot, I'm gonna have to pick an 8 and a 9K, and it's probably gonna fail because of that. It didn't. That's interesting. Sepp Straka of all people. What happens if I kick out Matsuyama? It's gonna want Matsuyama. Everyone else is pretty much at their limit in the 8K range. Barely any day. Probably likes Thigala. Interesting. No Zalatoris. Or Morikawa. Well, what the heck, man? There's a Morikawa lineup with Tom Kim. I don't really care for it, but I'm probably going to break the optimizer here pretty soon. Interesting. JT and Hideki. I actually kind of like that. If you think about ball strikers, that lineup I have on the screen, it's pretty good. Okay, I'm cool with this lineup. This is a really good lineup that has Dunlap in it. I'm cool with that. And I'm really cool with this lineup. Cool. That's a good one to end on. Save that one. All right. That is it. I don't know if anyone was chatting with me here at the end. Oh, your Rory Thomas lineups? No, I have not. John Bizzle, I am so sorry. I was just pounding out the lineups. I didn't see any of your messages. Oberg over Cantlay? Probably not. I'm going for one lineup. CT over Webb for sure. Bold. Wow. Still going. Missed most of it live. Definitely watching the replay tonight, but good luck, everyone. Good luck to you, sir. John Bizzle, I got 10-9-7-7-6. How do you feel about that? That's fine. You run my Rory Thomas lineups? I have not. So let me do that for you. I don't know how I missed that. I'm probably just going to redo what I just did. I'm just giving you guys kind of a look in at how I build lineups. Ryan, I sure hope you're still in the chat. Some of these I like though. Got no issues with those. All right, so you want Rory and JT. Group 4 and Group 9. I like it. Sweet, dude. Here you go. First one. I like a lot. I like this lineup a lot. Rory, JT, Fleetwood, Scott, English, and McCarthy. McCarthy is going to show up a lot. You want me to kick him out? I'm going to kick him out because I think you probably want to kick him out. But, yeah. And you know the drill. Tell me to kick someone out and I will. McElroy, Thomas, Fleetwood, Scott, Jaeger, and Grillo. I like that lineup a lot. Do you like Fleetwood? Fleetwood is showing up quite a bit. I got no issue with it. Kick McCarthy. Yep. Let me know about Fleetwood. Do you like Fleetwood? And do you like Grillo? Did I save this one? Because I like it. Yep, I did. Run Fleetwood a couple. Oh, absolutely, dude. I'm not choosing him. He's just being selected because he seems to be a good 8K golfer to go with Rory JT. Do you like Fowler? Fowler will show up a lot too, just so you know. I don't mind Fowler, by the way. I don't mind this lineup. Let me know. Let's see here. I'm just gonna run it again. Ooh, Steven Jaeger and Cam Davis. That's a good one. Run one or two more with Ricky. Okay, I did not kick Ricky out. I'm just letting the optimizer do its thing. Scott is showing up a lot, which I don't mind. I like Adam Scott. Here you go. McElroy, Thomas, Matsuyama, Scott, Cole, Fowler. It's not terrible. I mean, these are really good lines, dude. Oh, not yet. I don't think so yet, AJ Love. I think in 1 minute will be a new record. McElroy, Thomas, Fleetwood, Scott, Jaeger, Hadwin. It's not terrible. I'm probably not going to save a Hadwin lineup. I just don't feel super confident. But this one I do. I do like Rose. Sign me up for 2 weeks in a row for Rose, by the way. I don't mind this one, but I don't want Glover that much. I mean, for me, this whole stream, I've seen nothing but Glover lineups. So I'm kind of already getting sick and tired of seeing Glover, but if you haven't, this is pretty good. Okay, I can do that. Yeah. Daniel Bold, is Grillo going to be less chalk than EVR and Min Woo Lee? I imagine so. Still have cake left, AJ? Yeah, by the way, happy birthday, AJ. I'm sure it's time for your birthday now. McElroy, Thomas, Clark, Benny Ann. I don't care for Clark, honestly. I like Minwoo. I don't like Wyndham Clark. If you do, though, this is a hell of a lineup. This is a really good lineup. I like Benny Ann and Keegan Bradley together. I also like Adam Scott and Keegan Bradley together. I'm gonna bring back... Oh, do you like Minwoo, by the way? John, I think I'm not gonna build any more lineups. I'm running on fumes right now. I just had forgotten that Ryan asked for some lineups to be built that I did not get to. So I'm just building lineups for Ryan here, and then I'm gonna call it a night. McIlroy, Thomas, Henley, Scott, Bradley, Fowler. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I like that lineup a lot. We're going to kick Fowler, though. I'm actually going to bring back Bradley. I'm a huge fan of Bradley this week. And I like this lineup too. McIlroy, Thomas, Tom Kim, Adam Scott, Bradley, Yeager. I'm going to bring back Bradley one more time. I'm going to let's kick. Well, Adam Scott hasn't been showing up. Oh yeah, he has 100%. Let's kick Adam Scott. Perfect. This is what I wanted to see. I actually really like Adam Schenk too. Just so you know. Thomas, McIlroy, Fleetwood Day, 2 8Ks, a 7 and a 6. Sign me up, man. Actually, Ryan, you are the Adam Schenk whisperer. Is it Adam Schenk week this week? I feel like he's really good on Bermuda golf courses. All right, man. I'm gonna build you like I'll build you like 3 more lineups, but we're gonna keep it at that. We'll get you like 3 good quality lineups, and then I'm ocho. I'm out of here. McIlroy, Thomas, Fleetwood, Benny Ann, Keegan Bradley, Taylor Moore. Do you like Taylor Moore? I'm not a huge fan of Taylor Moore, but I don't mind it. I'm not gonna save it, but might be wife loves Florida swing. Okay. Here's a Nick Taylor lineup if you were interested in seeing one. Actually, I do like that one. I like that one. So I'm gonna say that's one good quality lineup. Are you on Eric Cole this week by chance? McIlroy, Thomas, Fleetwood, and Bradley yet again. Like I said, I'm a huge Bradley fan this week, so only 20% of your lineups. That's not terrible. Benny Ann. Actually, this is a good GPP lineup because who's gonna play Brendan Todd? I already heard like Byron make fun of Brendan Todd. I think it was Byron. Someone made fun of Brendan Todd earlier, and it's like, well, okay. Oh, that was Sunday night's research with him. Brendan Todd was like 4th in his model, and he's like, there must be something off, and then there was. So, but he gave him shit, and I don't think it's terrible to have Brendan Todd in your lineup. Tooch, Berger, Lashley, Wise, Stevens, Trainer. Oh man, I don't have a Puerto Rico optimizer up right now. Sorry, man. Need to go back with Cole. He killed us all last week. Okay. I'm just going to bring him back. He was kicked out. So. Sorry, Tooch. Oh, 22 likes. Need to get to 3 more, man. Here you go. Here's Eric Cole coming back with Fleetwood and Putnam. I don't mind that. That's solid. All right. One more good one, man. One more good one. Oh, you're kidding? Hey, no worries, dude. I could have built a lineup for you. I kind of like those names that you put together. McIlroy, Thomas, Fleetwood, Benny Ann, Keegan Brett. There you go. There's your winner. That's your GPP winner right there. This is the one that's going to win you $1,500. I really like this lineup. I really, really like that lineup. Just checking if you got to the Oberg, Zalatoris, Grillo lineups. I think I did. Honestly, I am pretty sure I did. Let me double check. You said what? I might have even asked if that's what you wanted. I think we did. No, we didn't, because I didn't. There was 0 Zalat. Oh, no. That's not right. Here's Zalatoris, Oberg. Yeah, I think we did. I'll show you those lineups though. Let's see. Oberg, Zalatoris, and Grillo. Yep, we did them. Where are they? Just right here. All of these. Yep. Oh, that's not how we do that. No. There we go. Here were the lineups, by the way. Here are all of the Zalatoris. Your Obergs. And your Grillos. And then you can see all the other guys that are with them. That's awesome, Ryan. I hope it does well, dude. That lineup's awesome. I'm gonna be putting it somewhere as well. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of Keegan Bradley, and Benny N, I don't mind whatsoever. A bunch of Rory lineups to go with your Ludwig and Zalatoris, and then Cantlay as well, with a mixture of Henley, Cam Young, Jake Knapp, and some good 6K golfers. Cam Davis, Minwoo, Shank. I really like Shank this week. Shank and Dunlap. Okay, you know what? You've inspired me. I want to see what this looks like. So I want Shank in my life. And I think, gosh, like, I want the choice between either Adam Scott. Actually, I think I would just want Adam Scott. Did I already pull down the... I did. It sucks. I want to bring up the combo buckets one last time. Oof, we are tired. Okay, so I want someone from here, and I want someone from here, but I think it's Keegan Bradley for me for sure, and it's either Corey Connors and Adam Scott. That's what it is. It's either Corey Connors and Adam Scott. So, how do I do that? What's my group 9 app? Group 8, Thigala. Okay, perfect. I'm going to make, this is actually group 8. Kick them out. Don't want them at all. And so now I'm going to move that to Adam Scott and Corey Connors. And then I'm going to have the optimizer make sure it selects one of those guys. And I think it's Keegan Bradley, Knapp, English. I guess that has it. Okay. Let's see what it does. I don't really care who the 10K golfer is, the 9K golfer, the 8K golfer. Oh my God, there it is. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, it's choosing between Adam Scott or Corey Connors. I like that lineup a lot though. Let's do that, and I'm gonna kick out Jaeger. I mean, this is like almost like a community lineup. Who else in the 8K range do I not mind playing? Well, Zalatoris for one. Matsuyama's fine. Day is fine. Because I almost want to kick out Fleetwood. So I'm going to kick out Jaeger for now. Might kick out... And then it does something like this, which is sexy as hell. Like, I really like that lineup. Okay. Let's say nay to Cantlay. And then it brings in Hovland, which is fine as well. I don't mind that. But I'm going to kick out Hovland. I might kick out Xander. I don't have to, This is sexy as hell as well. Jesus Christ. I think I need to kick out someone here. Let's kick out English. I do like English, but let's have an opportunity to bring in Keegan. I just want the optimizer to select Keegan by... Actually, no. I'll force it in the next 2 lineups. I don't have to. Here it is. Cool. Will it select... Hold on. Let me force Zalatoris in. Do we fuck it up? We don't. And we bring in Homa. And Nap. Okay. I'm cool with that. Let me do one. Let's do Corey Connors. Let's actually, I'm gonna kick out Homa. I want to see if it just breaks the optimizer. It doesn't. It actually makes the lineup better. Holy shit, dude. I'm in love with this lineup. Waygard, Scott. I like Zalatoris. Got no issue with that. How about this? I'm gonna kick out him, and let's go ahead and put in Corey Connors. Haven't seen a lot of Corey Connors lineups though. Bradley, J-Day, Zan. Okay, yeah, no, this is okay. This is gross. All right. Let's see. Can I break it by kicking out Day? I don't break it. I just make it look better. Okay, cool. I don't know if we've unlocked something, but I find those lineups to be absolutely beautiful. All right, I'm tired. I need to get off here. We are at 4 hours and some minutes, almost 5 hours. And I'm sorry for not looking at the chat yet again. Let's see here. Good night all and good luck. You too, man. $12, love it. You're welcome, Daniel. And Tooch, Kirk, and Connors, you like? I do. Did you see them on the 7K combo bucket sheet that I just had up? Kirk and Connors, I would select one of them. Just one of them. I wouldn't select both, but you know what? You could. Is Cole the gut wrench choice that will take down a GPP? I don't think so. I think he still has accuracy issues. And I think a lot of his, I mean, like I was listening to someone talk about, I think it was Barnett on the Pat Mayo show, talk about how it was just 2 shots that ruined Cole and then he was just too aggressive or something like that. That's golf. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I gotta get going though. I am tired. I'm losing it. So anyways, hey, thank you all for watching. Please leave a like on your way out. Comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, bye.